Hello, everybody. This is Bugboy1014, and we're just going to do a bit of a hangout today. Yeah, let me make myself a little bit bigger, so that way it's easier to see me. My balancing avatar maximized? Yes, it is. Okay. Right, I need to make my voice louder. I forgot about that. Anyway, today's just going to be a hangout session where we just chat, you know, talk to each other, all that jazz. Nothing special is going to go on today for the most part. Just going to be all of us chatting together. Let me go ahead and send out the invites for this, but otherwise, I'm just going to work on D&D stuff in the background unless I have people to talk to. Those of you watching this later on YouTube, this video is going to be relatively uneventful, as far as I understand it. Not much is going to happen, so if you want to hear me ramble on about things, then stick around. Otherwise, you can go ahead and click off if you want to. I'm also eating food, in case you're wondering why my voice sounds weird now. What you're currently seeing on screen is the Campfire Scene currently going on in Roll20. And this is happening during downtime. For reference, by the way, the cave entrance from that cave that you guys saw last time is up here, leading to the cave map. Oh, that reminds me. Before I send out the rest of the invites, I will actually BRB. I need to go to the bathroom. Hello, Darth Trorin. You caught me right when I was leaving to go to the bathroom. How you doing? Oh. Okay, I'm back. Schedules. I'm back from the bathroom. Sorry about that. Oh, the week gone. Sorry I wasn't around much, but I got inspired to work on my own mod of SF1 that I just lost track of things. Oh, cool. Glad to hear. Go ahead and tell me about it. There's a Hangout stream anyway. Might as well. So how's your own warm hack of Shining Force 1 going? I hope it's going well. Basically, it's a similar premise that you had. Okay, cool. So you basically just made one that's a bit harder and has like increased damage and stuff and increased difficulty. Yeah. Did you also include the whole being able to buy anything from the item shop thing? Enemies use weapons 75% higher attack. Ah, okay. What about the enemies that don't use weapons? Like the golems, for example. Ah, okay. Bosses, they got a 2 times boost on top of the increase mentioned before. Ah, okay. So most bosses would be 75% and 2 times. By everyone, do you mean just the enemies, or do you mean the player units as well? Ah, okay. Hmm. How loud am I? I am pretty loud. Okay. Let me go ahead and turn up the desktop audio. Let me know if that's good, if that's too loud, whatever. You should be able to hear it in the background without it being overbearing. That's the idea. That's currently just the background noise that's going on in Roll20 because of a song made by one of the players called Traveling Ambience. I simply changed the enemies. Then made it so the useless items actually have uses and can be equipped. Oh, cool. Here. Alright, so True Strike contains Epic Hands, Comic Storm. Uh, yeah, that'd be more accurate. I should just make a feed section. Think about it. Uh, There we go. Duties of action, prices. Magic item rarity changes. I'll move this back down here. Drinking rules, elemental adept feats. Here we go. Maybe I don't need a feat section now that I think about it. Yeah. I don't need a feat section. I also made sure every enemy had both of their item slots filled, either with a weapon or an equipped item. I also made sure each battle has 20 enemies to fight. I then investigated the action tabs to give the enemies a smarter response. Thus, the enemies no longer stand there and let you wail on them. Yeah, which was one of the big things I did initially. I didn't super mess around with the AI, but I at least made it so that enemies are bloodthirsty and will just charge at you. You know. Made the Kenji give 2 attack and 1 defense. I gave the Teppo 3 2 attack. Give the OG 1 to move, and Kojin 3 to agility. Okay. Yeah. That all sounds interesting. Go ahead and take your time. I figure out what the 2 dude in the item attribute. Oh, I'd like to hear about that when you get back. Oh, that reminds me. I need to make battle tactics notes for everyone else. Right. Battle tactics. Bang this. Make that only visible to Cadmus. welcome back. I got a call from the plant manager that I had to take. Ah, okay. Yeah, work is more important than talking about Shining Force. So, what does the Mysterious 2 do? I'm curious. Oh, not everyone. Chemist. Hopefully, you like this nice, relaxing music. If you're wondering who it was made by someone by the name of Night Court, which is also known as Sortu, one of the players in our current campaign. Who also doesn't have one? Clockwise does not have one. Clockwise. Sortu. Oh yeah, there you are. Going from move to yogurt, the first question mark will give attack equal to the number and increase crits by 13%. Thus, you get X attack and 13% crit with the first question mark. Okay, is that used for like the katana? That's the only thing I can think of that would be used for. Unless it's used for the Doom Blade, it might be used for the Doom Blade. The second question mark gives you random attack and defense boosts less losses. I spent 3 days mapping out the 256 possibilities. First question mark is used by the katana. Yeah, I figured, because I know the katana gives you higher crit rate. I didn't know how, but I knew it gave you higher crit rate. Speaking of, I'm curious, what did you do for Musashi? Did you keep him as a very powerful character? Did you make it so that he's actually more balanced? What did you do for him? Zokurai, Jaden, Hunari, Edmus, Cathang, list are cool. Who am I missing? Do I have a Sortu one? I do not have a Sortu one. I also do not have a Lee one, I just realized. Split end? No. I believe that'd be Lou. Yeah, Lou. I then decided, I was trying to make it more like the super difficulty you experience with Shining Force 2, which Shining Force is the same, but the enemies are stronger. I then decided to go overboard. Yeah, it's very easy to go overboard in Shining Force. Just make sure not to put so much stuff in that you corrupt your own ROM, the way I often do. I also made a couple of adjustments to the dialogue. Oh, you actually messed around with the dialogue editor. Okay, I tried that thing a few times, but I wasn't able to get much headway because a lot of it is trees that go over my head. Um, Blink. Leave. Not all players. Blink. Let's see. And now I need to do ones for the other players, the ones who are not in the current campaign, but are in the other campaign. Scout of House Mandriga. Do I want her for Hoonery? Yes. Yes, indeed I do. Sakurai, I want for you. I don't have ones for Herald and Gerald, but I don't need ones for Herald and Gerald. And then, yeah, I'll just do ones for these three. Ragnachild, Gamage, and Throne Blacksmith. Sorry. Ragnachild, Gamage, Thorin Blackmane, and Bogaron. Hold on, I missed a few things. I also made it to where, wait. I then went overboard. I also made a couple of adjustments to the dialogue. I was about to make it so that you can bypass Ernest to get to Balbazar. Thus, Ernest is now an optional character. I also made it that you get the money for Battle 1 without talking to the king. Finally, I was able to make it so that you can leave Guardiana without recruiting your original party. I was also able to make it so that you can find items in the chest during the Outrun battle. Oh, cool. Are you enjoying the editor now that you've actually gotten a chance to use it in your own ROM hack instead of just fixing mine? It sounds like something that you're deeply enjoying. I put a shield ring in one of the Outrun chests so you can actually use the shield ring. Yay! I had lots of fun working on this one. Well, I'm glad. I'd like to see what the results of your mod is. If you ever finish your mod, I'd probably play it on stream. If you wanted me to. I believe that's Guildfly. Yeah. Did you know that there is a setting in the second that will give you +1 and 20 attack and plus 100 defense? No. I did not know that. That's a ridiculous amount of stats. Why would it give you that many? I know the game caps out at 127. So it's like that's nearly just maxing their stats just for the sake of it. Room that way. If you select the second, set the number to 247 and you'll get this stat. Ah, okay. Is that variable ever used in the game normally? Is that second question mark ever actually used in the game normally anywhere? I'm trying to think of what it would. I'm trying to think of what it would have been intended for. The only thing I could think of is maybe the Jogurt ring. Maybe originally the Jogurt ring, when equipped, wasn't supposed to just change you to go Jogurt. It was also supposed to randomly boost your stats based off a variable. But maybe they couldn't figure out how to randomize it each time, so they just scrapped that idea and just made it only make you look like Jogurt. That's just my thought. That was the only thing I could think of that could possibly, because the only character I could think of that has randomness as a character trait is Joker in terms of training course. I have no idea. That's just me spitballing an idea. Bogaran. Who the heck is Z? I forget who Z is. I don't remember who Bogaran is either, actually. I think about it. So I'll just leave that there. I don't know who it is. Okay. Let me readjust these to actually be in, alphabetical order. That'd be nice. Who are you down there? H-I-J. Move that there. Move that there. L on the PQR, yes. And Bogaran would be right there. Okay, that should be all the battle tactics notes. In order. It's interesting that some of the numbers of the second question mark, about 1/3, will drop one or both stats. The maximum drop I noticed was -1 in 27. Thus, you can make it that equipping an item will drop either your attack or defense by 1 in 27. If you want the list, I can share it with you using Google Drive. No thanks, I'm good, though it is very fascinating. If you want to share it with me, I don't mind, but I'm not going to make you do it just because I'm not super interested in that right now, just because I'm very busy and I have to focus on D&D a lot. Not right now. Right now is a hangout stream, so I don't need to focus on it that much. But it is what I'm doing in the background while I'm talking to you. That was an hour for me at midnight to get home to home. Okay. If you want, we can have that scene still, just thought it would look odd, but multitasking is a great skill to have. Yeah, I'm weird in the whole fact of I have to multitask or else I get bored. As in, like, if I'm focusing only on one task, I do worse than if I'm multitasking. Don't ask me how that works. I have no idea how that works. But my brain is just weird in the whole fact of it has to be multitasking or else it can't stay in focus. I don't know why. It's like my brain gets bored and tries to find a second thing to do while I'm doing the thing I'm doing. If you want to. I also have some adjustments to the range of ranged weapons. I left spears the same, but uses benchmark for arrows. Okay, cool. Welcome back, Darth Taran. I was able to get Kane to actually appear in the Ultraman battle, along with Mashila, Dark Soul, and Ram Ladu. Okay, cool. Uh, how difficult does it make those fights? And also, how did you get them? Uh, what variable did you use to make them trigger? Because if I remember correctly, isn't that just like when you go to a certain region in their respective battles? Were you able to make it so that when you make the Chaos Breaker, you don't lose the Sword of Light and Sword of Darkness? That's the biggest thing I want, and that I have never figured out is how to make it so that you keep the Sword of Light and Sword of Darkness when you make the Chaos Breaker. I'd love if you could. Um, Michelle in the circus, Dark Soul in the church, and Ramaladu in the battle with the chimeras. So, get this bug. We can't find a fourth for the campaign that is reliable. Got anyone who's trying to get into D&D? You don't really need a fourth person in D&D. I'm going to be honest. A party of 3 people works fine. You don't need to get a fourth person in there. You're good. Um, Unfortunately, I did not work on that aspect. I can look into that code to see if it's possible. Okay, because I'm pretty sure there's a code somewhere in there that removes those. Because I know there's a code that gives you the Chaos Breaker when you pull it from its pedestal. So I'm theorizing that maybe it could then also give you the Sword of Light and Sword of Darkness while also giving you the Chaos Breaker in that moment. Yeah, I'm sure the party wants a fourth. I know split, and I want a fourth, which is why I asked. No, I don't have a fourth person that I can tell to join this, because the only other person interested in D&D is already part of my other party, not your guys' party. Which you can see them out here, because the little scene in the downtime of my other. This is a scene from the downtime between session 2 and session 3. That is possible. I'll have to look at the dialogue section as to where the game will add or remove items from your party. BRB. Sage. I don't know what sage means in this regard. Also, crying Isaac face. Or did you mean savage? Because, yeah, sorry, I'm a blunt person. But yeah, the last person who's actually interested in D&D, aka Surtur, is already part of this group, and he's playing as a character called Clocksworth. Which I keep remembering, I keep forgetting it's called Clockworth. I keep calling it Clockwise. So there, now I'm just giving him a nickname Clockwise because I keep accidentally calling him Clockwise. Why are those on macro bars visible? I don't really care about those right now. Bio encounters go away. Counter per level, I'm fine with. Custom horror, go away. Well, what is the custom horror table anyway? Yeah, no. I don't want that. Sorry. Does the loot table thing not work anywhere? It'd suck if that stopped working. Weird, it's not working. Huh. What happens if we just do the same one that we do here? Uncommon. Okay. Welcome back, Gochek. Alright, so what else do we need to do? I got the scouts done. Yeah, I got scouts done. I need Thundering Smite and Wrathful Smite. I need to put those on to the Knights. For the Knights of Housemanger, yeah. Not monsters and NPCs. Alright, here we are. Got dragged all the way down here, didn't it? Yeah, it got dragged all the way down there. Okay. So you're building the next D&D maps. I'm currently working on my main campaign, yeah, and prepping for that campaign as well as prepping for the other campaign as well. Uh, no, that's not what I want to do. I didn't want it to be a character mancer. I wanted it to be, you know, a copy of the stat sheet game. Please make it a copy of the NPC. Do you use any randomization in your campaign build? A bit, yeah. I don't use all that much randomization. It's just some for like the awakening spells and stuff, and for like the loot table. But besides that, I don't use all that much. Alright, so this just being a knight, it'd be a knight of House Mandriga. House Mandriga. Yep. For example, I have to make specific knights for the Knights of House Mandriga, which is one of the characters in the game is called Jaden Mandriga, and he is a character who basically runs a noble house, and he currently has troops coming in from his noble house. So I need to make a specific stat line for the troops to compensate for the faction spells that they would have as being part of their faction. So yeah, I need to do some editing in this regard. And currently that's basically what I was just going to be doing in the background, is just editing based off of, you know, this sort of stuff. That makes any sort of sense. Just me prepping in the background, because this is what I would be working on anyway, but I figured, hey, why not just turn this into a stream? You know, this is what I would be working on anyway. We'll just type in Smite. I'll find both of them that way. Which one were they again? Thunder Smite and Wrathful Smite. Okay. Wrathful Smite. Thunder Smite. Have you heard of the Shadowversity on YouTube? Yes, I have indeed heard of Shadowversity on YouTube. He is both famous and infamous in many ways due to his due to his wanting of everything to be realistic combat. I applaud the man in his venture, but I do not think that he is going to convince most fantasies to quote unquote play by the rules. And I know a lot of the suggestions he made for D&D are kind of a pain in the butt to try and do. He recently released a video about how D&D damage makes little sense. I have not seen that specific video, but I have seen his video about why melee weapon reach doesn't make any sense. Which I'm not the biggest fan of that video for the most part, mainly just having to do with the fact that, you know, the implementations that he talked about adding in are questionable in terms of trying to actually get them to work. I might look into that, but I don't know. It changed up a lot of things. It would mess with a bunch of the rules of the game. What's your opinion on that D&D damage video? I haven't seen it, but it does seem to go more for more realism. Yeah, he goes for more realism, but the only problem I have is because much of the framework of D&D is built on the grounds of melee range being 5 feet. And while, yes, increasing that would also increase the capabilities of fighters, it would also change a lot of things in terms of there's a lot of abilities that only work within 5 feet of a target, and unless you change all of those to work within 10 feet of a target, eh, a lot of those are suddenly not working at melee range, even though they're supposed to. So you'd have to go. It's not just changing the weapon range. You'd have to go in and change so many things just to compensate. Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, I'm okay with increasing the range because, after all, martial classes tend to be a bit underpowered compared to spellcasting classes in D&D. This is just kind of a known thing. So giving them more of a buff is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's slightly a bad thing when you do that. Also, there is also the thing to consider of this just makes certain melee weapons superior to others. Like, okay, for example, we already have pole arms, which have a reach of 10 feet. You know, suddenly, if you give them a reach of 15 feet and give, let's say, a longsword a reach of 10 feet, well, a dagger still only has a reach of 5 feet. So now you just make a longsword even more superior to a dagger. You know, or to a rapier or whatever. And then we start getting into the whole things of, well, what if you just make a longer longsword? Would the reach and would the actual range of attack increase at that point? If it was just a longer longsword? What's the limit on this? And you might say, well, the limit is what you can realistically wield. But I also point out the fact that most average Dungeons and Dragons characters have a lot more. Well, most average Dungeons and Dragons characters that are trying to wield weapons have a lot more strength than the average person. And we know this because the average person has a strength score of 10. And meanwhile, the stat distribution for Dungeons and Dragons character is, and I quote, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. Meaning the majority of those stats are actually just higher than a baseline person just from level 1 without even including ability score increases. So, yeah, we're talking about, and before you say, oh, well, that means that a 20 will just be double. Not really, because it doesn't work linearly. So, yeah, it gets very tricky because it's like, okay, quote unquote, what can a person realistically use entirely depends on the framework of how strong you feel D&D characters are physically in comparison to each other, and how much because physical strength plays a big factor in this. Basically, you have to say what would Arnold be able to hold? Yeah, or like, you know, take like a weak Saiyan, for example, from Dragon Ball. It's like, what type of sword would a Saiyan be able to wield in terms of like length and ability and all that jazz? That's some of what we're starting to talk about here. Granted, D&D characters are probably not as strong as Saiyans, but my that's just an extreme example. It's like it's the same problem I have with his videos about Cloud Strife and the Buster Sword. And I get the whole momentum thing, but that he argues, but at the same time,
Busted.
oh, hello, Fox.
Hello.
I was just going on a rant about. Oh, I was going on a mini rant about Shadiversity and his quote unquote complaints about lack of realism in D&D when it comes to melee weapon ranges, and I'm like, yeah, but that would be a whole giant can of worms to try and change and unpack. Maybe I'll go ahead and shrink myself back down. There we go. So how are you, Fox?
I'm good.
Glad to hear. Um, Basically, however, his issue was how you determine the amount of damage dealt by a weapon type. For example, was that if you stab a dagger into someone's carotid artery, according to D&D, you still do 1d4 damage. However, in real life, carotid artery strike equals death. Everybody's complaining. Yeah, the issue with that is the anatomy of monsters. At that point, if you're going to try and figure that out, you'd have to figure out the anatomy of monsters, exactly where you're striking, how precision you can do in a given moment, and how much damage that individually does if you stab them in that way on that monster. Which that gets so deeply complicated that what's the point anymore? You're having to do so much math and so much complication that we might as well just go back to 3.5 and not even play 5e. If you don't, by the way, if you don't know what I'm referring to, Fox, Grocheck is talking in Twitch chat.
Ah,
Um,
okay.
yeah, actually, you
Sorry,
know,
I didn't mean to bother.
no, you're fine. You're not bothering at all. Actually, let me go ahead and stream my OBS so you can see the conversation going on in OBS. Oh, really? It's not showing up? Huh. Let me fix that.
Look in this.
Not that screen.
Uh,
There we go. You should be able to see it now.
Okay.
Yeah, now you can at least see what we're talking about. Um, that was Shadowversity's complaint. He suggested making it that the two hit roll will determine the damage modifier, and each weapon has a set base damage. Thus, a two hit roll of natural 20 would mean a critical strike to a major organ, artery could be considered a death blow. Here's the thing that works if you're fighting a human, but what about a beholder? How do you do that with a beholder? Do you want a assassin to be able to just walk up to a beholder and assassinate them in one hit just because they scored a crit? It's like, what do you do that with like a Tarrasque? What do you do when it's a dragon? You know, sure that works on humanoid versus humanoid combat, but the majority of combat in D&D is not humanoid versus humanoid. So I don't know. To me, it's making things overly complicated to the point of it being way too bloaty and weighty. Yeah, because here's the thing, all of that is well and cool, and you could try to implement things for that, and it might work spectacularly. It might not, but let's just say for the benefit of the doubt, it works spectacularly. Okay, do you know how much slower combat's going to be because people need to figure out all this stuff? And do you know how many things that you would have to remember in every single fight, in every single blow of every single fight? And do you know how much more uncertain your attacks would be at that point? Because here's the thing, there would be a whole mess of uncertainty thrown in. Instead of just, do I hit or do I not? It's now, oh, hey, do I hit, do I not? And if I hit, how well do I hit? Do I hit well enough to kill him? Do I hit well enough not to? Do I not end up killing him? You know, am I trying to keep him alive and do too much damage and end up killing him? You know, blah, blah, blah. There's just, it adds so much more uncertainty to the game that it's like, why? You know, I'm all for realism, but I mean, at
There's
certain
a point where it's too
point,
much.
as Fox said, at a certain point, the realism gets in the way of the gameplay. And which is your priority? Is your priority gameplay or is your priority realism? Because like it or not, the entire point of D&D is we're all sitting around the table having fun playing a game together.
I think the job of the DM is balance.
Yeah. The job of DM is balance, but the job of DM is also to be an umpire and be a not necessarily a coach, but a unbiased bystander, basically making sure that everyone stays on track. He did all the analysis on human versus human. I guess it depends on what you're trying to get out of the gameplay. If you want neo-realism, you can go far. You can go for Shadow versus these ideas. If you want fun gameplay, you can use normal D&D rules. Well, I'm not saying that that can't be. The super realism could also be fun gameplay. It's about what your group wants, and that's the thing. Is like, do you have a group that's willing to spend like 48 hours straight doing a D&D session and want to do all this jazz and super complicated, they can like meet up on every weekend and then like wake up, play D&D until they fall asleep and then fall asleep and then next day wake up and play D&D. If you have that, then go for it. At that point time's not a problem. But if you don't have that, which newsflash, our group doesn't, time zone differences.
Yeah, time zone differences can be a bitch.
Right,
sorry if I'm
not
cursing on stream. Sorry.
Together, so yeah, if you don't have that, then you don't want to be putting in a bunch of mechanics that make things go slower. Not that slow games are bad. It's more just about everyone having fun and not getting bored. Yeah. No, but I'm not saying that Shadowverse's way can't be fun. It can definitely be fun, especially if you're doing a campaign mostly grounded in like level 1 to level 4, because everything he's describing works best at extremely low levels. And the reason why is because level 1 to level 4 is like you're better than the average person, but you're still very killable. You're still very much a normal person in many regards, and you're still very susceptible to the dangers of the world and are very killable at that point. Once you start getting to level 5 to level 10, then you start to become sort of like the superheroes starting out their career sort of thing, where you're starting to become superhuman in terms of capabilities, and like you're larger than life at that point. Once you get 11 and higher, you're already fully into the comic book zone. You're getting some crazy powerful characters compared to normal people at that point. And at that point, realism hardly matters anymore, given what some of the characters are able to do. That's where we start getting people doing like 12 strikes in 6 seconds. Like what we saw with the extra attack and multi-attack stacking from that one dragon. Yeah, in level 1 to 4, you're extremely squishy. And I've run level 0 campaigns, which is not a thing in 5e, but it's a thing back in 3.5.
I did not know level 0 was a thing.
Yeah, level 0 campaigns are basically where you just have basically the commoner stat block, except you change your stats to be the standard array, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8, but you don't have class levels. You don't have class levels yet. You just are using the basic stuff that a commoner has with better stats, and that's it. That would be level 0, where you aren't even a wizard or a warlock or a knight, or a paladin or a fighter yet.
That seems like you can work that into like how naturally everyone picks their own class.
Right. You could work that into. You could like start a campaign at level 0. And then over time, people figure out what class they want to be. And then suddenly everyone levels up. And now everyone gains a class. You could do that. You just need to realize that the players are incredibly squishy at that point. Because keep in mind, since you don't have class levels, you're going off of the commoner stat block for HP. Do you know how much HP a commoner has, Fox?
Like 10, I think.
4?
Oh, it's lower than I thought.
Yeah, let me pull up a commoner stat block. I'm pretty sure it's 4. I know 4 is at least the average. Yeah, they have an armor class of 10. They have an HP of 4, which is 1d8. So at the most, you could roll an 8, and that's it.
I was being generous.
Yeah. You were being generous. And all you're equipped with is a club. That's it. You don't even have starting equipment. You just have a club. Because that's all peasants have. Imagine an adventuring party of 7 characters, just equipped with clubs, 4 HP, and like maybe some better stats. Now, granted, that HP isn't considering your con score, but because you don't have level ups yet in classes, your con score doesn't actually factor into your HP yet. It only factors once you hit level 1. Okay, let me see what goes
First thought that went to my head. I posted in a voice channel.
Okay. I remember this one vid game that had some sort of mechanic. However, what they did, the main character, what they did was the main character, never gained much in stats. It was designed to simulate the actual video game player. However, all the other members of your party were normal RPG characters. Oh, interesting. That's like a reverse isekai, from what I understand. Caveman campaign, let's go. Yep, that's exactly
what I thought
what
when you
that
said
would be.
all people have clubs.
Yep.
Also, sorry if I curse. I'm trying to limit that right now.
That's fine. Worst comes to worst, I could put a content warning on the video. But yeah, if you look, I wasn't kidding. Commoners have a 10 in every single stat. This is the metric. This is like the baseline that you go off of. Like, okay, this is a normal person in D&D. Base all of your stuff off of that. And for reference, by the way, a Tarrasque has a strength of 30 normally, and if you use a true Tarrasque, it's a strength of 40. But my point is, 30 is the highest that a stat goes, and clearly, a Tarrasque has a lot more than just 3 times the strength of a commoner. You know what I mean, Fox?
Yeah.
So, clearly, 10 to 30 is not a linear progression. It can't be. Because if it's linear, then it would imply that, a Tarrasque is just 3 times stronger than a commoner, which is totally not the case. So, yeah, a strength of 10 to 15 is a lot bigger of an increase than just a 50% increase. I don't know how much it would be, but you can extrapolate from there.
I know there's a statistic, I just can't remember it.
I don't remember it either, and for all we know, it might be wrong.
It's literally a bunch of math.
Yeah. Thus, he stayed pretty much a commoner throughout the entire campaign. Yeah. Fun fact, they released 2 copies of the same commoner stat block, which is why 2 of them appear. One's from, I believe it's... What's this one called? LM something. I believe that's like Lehman's Monster of the Week or something. I don't know. Either way. Yeah. Fun fact, you find the commoner stat block in the monster manual of all things. Why you find it in the monster manual, I don't know. I think it would be in the player's handbook, but whatever. What was I doing? Oh, right. I was finishing Night to Pass Mandrago, which I just did. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I've run level 0 campaigns before. It's fun, provided everyone's on board for the fact that anyone can die at any moment to anything.
And that's one of the main things. You have to be prepared for death. I think in anything you have to be prepared for death.
Right. I mean, if someone does a stray firebolt, misses and hits their buddy, it might just straight up kill their buddy. That's how weak we're talking about here, where a single firebolt can kill you. A single weapon swing can kill you. And again, if you want the realism that Shadowversity advises about, weapons being able to kill be able to kill ordinary people, that's there. If you want to do that, that's run commoner stats, because commoner stats are average people, and commoners will die to almost any weapon swing that rolls decent damage. Not even counting strength attributes or anything, boosting the stat, just raw weapon damage. Because a longsword, for example, is 1d8. So if you get a good swing of a longsword in and hit and do damage on the commoner, it will kill them. And so if you want the neo-realism of Shadowversity, just run a level 0 campaign. It works really well, and it will get you exactly what you're looking for. What do you think about that, Grocheck? What do you think about that, Fox?
I like that.
Yeah. I've done that before. Sorry, go ahead.
Also keep on forgetting that there's just a spell called Weird.
Yeah, there's a 9th level spell called Weird, and it's basically, I like to equate it as, it's just It from the It movie. Pennywise. It's just what Pennywise does. That. And I only pulled that one from the Tulok the Barbarian's video on building characters, and in one of them he just straight up built Pennywise in D&D. And the capstone ability was the Weird spell. Because of course it is.
You have these tools to do this, why not?
That reminds me, that's what I was going to do. I was going to add in the Wire Weaver Artificer class into D&D. Yeah, I'm adding in a new Wire Weaver subclass.
What?
You ever want to be Spider-Man in D&D?
There's a lot of classes I would have chosen if I knew, this exists!
The earliest records of the Wire Weaver come from the nightmare city of Atropolis.
You know what? Maybe I should just subscribe to his Patreon. Does he have a $1 tier? He has a $1 tier. Okay. I'm just going to subscribe to his Patreon. That way I can just get the text version, just copy and paste it. I just realized I should probably not do this on stream.
No. Do this more privately.
Can I just drag something that covers up the screen? I don't have like a convenient GIF I can just put to cover up the screen. Let me just click to a different window that isn't looking at Firefox. There we go. I just clicked to a different window that isn't looking at Firefox. Now they can't see me, but they can see you on screen, Fox.
Hey, I'm the star of the show. Oh, God!
Basically, if you're running a campaign where a commoner cannot grow in HP or base stats, he can only get better equipment and skills. Yeah, exactly. That's what it would be. You would just be running a campaign where you're a commoner and you can get better skills and equipment, but you can't grow in HP and you can't grow in stats. Which, if you wanted to do that, you could totally do that. Where it's like, oh hey, you're a level 5 fighter, but you still have 4 HP and no better stats. And you could do that, and it would run well. And you just have to make sure that there's... And you could also, at that point, remove all the fantasy elements if you want to, too. But... Bless you. Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you. Is it good to do another one? No. Okay. So, sorry, someone's sneezing in the other room.
That's okay.
Yeah. It's customary for me to say that.
That's what I said too.
What was that?
So I said too. Oh. I'm sorry, I did not see I'm looking at things now in the D&D oncoming storm thing. I did not know you added in a new version of Meteor Swarm.
Yeah, I did. It was used by Hunari's mother.
Sorcerer, I could pick.
Yeah, it's called Comet Swarm. Go ahead and read out for the chat what it does, since I can't show them right now.
Using orbs of ice and stone pumped to the ground of at least 4 different points you could see within range. Each creature in a 40-foot radius centered on a point you choose must make a dexterity saving throw. Spears spread around corners. A creature takes 20d6 cold damage and 20d6 bludgeoning damage on a failed save. Half as much damage on a successful one. Creature in the area more than one comet is affected only once. It's good to know.
Yep. You can't pull a Mod or a Uchiha move and stack all 4 of them on top of each other on one target.
I was about to ask, you just summon all of them at one person, just say fuck that guy in particular.
Right. No, you can't pull a Mod or Uchiha move and do that. But anyway, continue. There's more to the spell.
I'm looking.
You forgot the part about what it does to objects.
It just destroys them.
No, it does triple damage to them.
So more than just double from the being big, it does triple.
It does triple damage to constructs and objects. So if you're fighting robots, this does triple damage to robots. Which would mean 20d20 cold damage times 3 and 20d6 cold damage times 3 and 20d6 bludgeoning damage times 3 against the robot. So yeah, Meteor Swarm is kind of known as being like one of the biggest damaging spells in all of D&D, and I'm like, what if we just made a version of that but for comets, for cold damage? You know. For reference, by the way, the original Meteor Swarm, instead of doing extra damage, it just set literally everything in those areas on fire. So I went, you know what? Instead of setting it on fire, it just does more damage. There we go. I have now done all the things for this. Alright. I'm going to sign out for a while. I will look into seeing if I can make it so you can keep the Sword of Darkness, Sword of Light, while gaining the Chaos Picker. Thank you. Please let me know.
Also, Bug.
Yes.
Reminder. Cadmus is the maker of Zappy Hands. His parents is.
His parents are?
Hmm?
I don't remember that one.
That's also what I was about to ask in questions of, like, how much can we kind of change the elements of certain attacks for people?
You can do it when you learn the spell. However, you cannot do it in the field unless you have that one meta magic.
I was meaning that for my parents.
What do you mean about that then?
Like, can I take one thing and flavor it differently in a way, or is it already stuck to the form?
What do you mean fully work differently? You're being vague.
Change the elements.
Well, like you did with Zappy Hands, you mean?
Hmm?
Yeah, as long as you register it as a brand new spell and not changing the original spell, then yeah. Like, for example, how we did with Zappy Hands, where it's, it's just a electric version of Burning Hands, and it has its own separate entry from Burning Hands, but it's the same, like, class, the same class that can pick it up, it's the same level, same damage, all that sort of stuff. It's just different damage type. It may be a few different secondary effects, but that's about it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. But to make sure. I don't want to overstep my boundaries here. There we go.
On the drive. What's the drive? Also, I guess I could switch back to the other thing because I have now finished that. Well, actually, technically no, because this is the dude's Patreon, so I probably shouldn't do that. I probably shouldn't let people see what's going on Patreon, without them having to pay their way in, sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I subscribed at the $1 level just because. Oh, boo. Never mind. Okay, never mind.
Sorry for not speaking much.
It's fine. Is there anything you do want to talk about in related to just your character or D&D or anything?
There's a lot.
Well, anything you
There's
want
a
to
lot.
talk about on stream is more what I mean.
That is going to be a bigger thing.
Yeah.
I should get that regularly. Okay.
I can't seem to find that one thing. Hear my dad complaining in the other room. What are you chuckling about?
Just that little thing. I'm sorry.
What? Hearing my dad complaining in the other room?
I don't mean that in a negative way.
It's fine. Uh,
That's an interesting way to view it.
okay. There, and now I'm done with that. Okay, now I can go back to what I was doing before. This. There we go. Dead cells. Where is... Also, did I even ever look in streaming chat? I forget. Oh, the Caveman campaign. Yeah, I did look. Okay. What are you DMing me? I mean, maybe, but then why did it detect Dread?
Could be a way of how he kind of resurrected his memories.
Maybe. I don't know. How
It was
the
just a silly
actual
thought.
events happened, I have no idea. But, yeah.
It's just a silly thought.
It's fine. Thinking about stuff that I'm not super thinking about right now, personally. Here we go. Here's a bad one. Back to Hearthstone. Okay, so now that I finished that, what else am I going to be doing? Oh, right, I was adding in the Wire Weaver class. Right, I was adding the Wire Weaver class. So, I found out the dude's Patreon requires you to be at the $5 level to access the text version of those classes. Not the $1 level. So I basically just paid $1 for nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, which
Better
sucks.
thing that you can have.
But all that means is that I just need to go through the actual video and just copy it this way instead of having the text version.
I'll have a better thing.
Oh, what do you mean you have a better thing? I guess I could do that after the stream. I guess I don't necessarily need to do that right now because I can't really watch the video on stream is the thing. Oh, I don't know, maybe. No one used management in that fight. I get what you mean.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. Don't worry, it's not that. Claims.
All right. Anywho, I am hosting a campaign tomorrow, believe it or not. It's for the party of Ragnachild, Gamage, Varun Blackmane, and Bogaran.
I was actually looking at those names. I'm curious.
Yep. Ragnachild Gamage is a level 4 druid, member of the agriculture faction, an incredibly old woman, and someone who kind of is just tired of putting up with everyone's shit. And she also, at one point, found a lamp on her property that she cleaned, and in the process of cleaning, released a genie that forced her to be a warlock. And she was like, what the fuck? I didn't want this. So she's stuck with a warlock. She's stuck with a warlock patron now. So yeah, she's a level 4 druid, level 1 genie warlock. Thorun Blackmane, meanwhile, I forget, are you the ranger or are you not? No, you're the level 5 rune knight fighter, who is basically just a dude who does gladiator arena fights, and he's a mercenary veteran, and he's just really good at arena fights, and that's kind of all he's known for. I don't remember much of his backstory. None of them bothered to write down their backstory. And yeah, he's also a member of... Oh, right, that's what his story is. Right, he's not just a member of the Gladiator Arena. He's also a member of the Mercantile faction. However, he's not a merchant. He's instead a bodyguard for caravans. That's what it was. He was one of those people that walk around with caravans and make sure that no one attacks the caravan, or that he's there to help protect the caravans. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then the final one is, also, I'll mention one thing in Ragnachild's backstory is that they were kind of ousted from their village for being a witch. Partly because of the genie, partly because they tended to act like a witch. There's various reasons, but basically they're ousted from their home village and just basically became a wandering hermit. Yep. Bogaran is very similar, where he was ousted from his original village, specifically because I forget the exact reason why he was ousted from his village, but basically he was he was a half elf, and he was a half elf being raised near a dwarven village. And dwarves don't like elves, usually.
Yes.
And yeah, let's just say his entire family was killed and he was left on his own.
Oh.
Yeah. And he just kind of he just kind of went out and, into the wilderness and had to figure out how to survive on his own. And part of that surviving was figuring out how to blend into the shadows and make sure he's not seen and kill enemies before they can see him and blah, blah, blah. Hence why he's a Gloomstalker Ranger. Jaden's now here. Hello, Jaden.
We're on a stream.
Yes, we're on a live stream. And it's a Hangout live stream, though. So. Also, we cannot hear you, Jaden. If you're talking.
Make yourself audible.
Unless he accidentally joined the call and didn't realize it, which also could be the case. I think you muted yourself, is what happened. Oh, wait, yeah, he is muted. That's fine. I don't mind. Oh, voice channel text. Yeah. Let me just do this slightly. Oh, You can't unmute? What? Oh, right. Right. There we go.
Yeah, you removed the tape.
Yeah. I forgot that you don't have the trusted to speak role. I just gave you it. Okay. Welcome.
I'm just. Barry's gonna chat while doing my process of grinding up gold.
Do it.
Alright. I was just talking about the characters from Campaign 2, which is the campaign I'll be hosting tomorrow. Session 1 of.
Oh, I see.
There's a different group that was like, "Oh, hey, wait, you're a DM. You're doing this thing. Can you also host? Can you also host a game for us? We don't want to be part of the game you already had, but can you host a game for us?" I'm like, "Sure, I guess. I'll try if I can fit in the schedule." So now, because of this, I end up having to host a D&D session every Saturday, pretty much.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens. Though I have readily told them that my main campaign takes priority over theirs. So if scheduling conflicts occur, I'll be a lot more lenient towards changing their schedule rather than changing your guys' schedule.
That's fine.
Yeah. They know that coming into this. We haven't even done session 1 yet, so, who knows. Either way, what was I doing? Oh, right, I was working on Wire Weaver. Why we finished that?
Also, I don't know if my TV's being picked up on my mic, but if it is, stream, do not worry about the random meowing you're hearing. That is because of an add-on I have on Project Ascension.
Okay, I do not hear random meowing.
Okay, good. That's good to know.
Yep.
Because that's an add-on that tells me when a rare boss spawns.
Okay. That reminds me, I need to make a Warlock of the Archfey of House Mandriga, which is a big old mouthful of it.
Do it.
Yeah.
What did you say, Jaden?
No, nothing.
Okay. Because I've already made a Scout of House Mandriga and a Knight of House Mandriga. Now I just need to make the Warlock of House Mandriga.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yay, my knights, my wizards, and my scouts, and my warlocks.
Yep.
Slash wizards.
I figured this is more thematic than an actual wizard. It's like, hey, these guys are also kind of attuned to Sylvester, not really. They don't get nearly as many benefits as you do.
Yeah. I mean, in the future, I do plan on getting proper actual wizards.
Fair.
Because, oh boy, I got a lot of plans once I get those set up.
Yeah. The reason why I have to make specific ones for House Mandriga is since they are part of, since they're actually part of the faction, that means they get Thunderous Smite and Wrathful Smite.
True.
Yeah. So the Scouts have Thunderous Smite and Wrathful Smite, the Knights have Thunderous Smite and Wrathful Smite, and the Archfey Warlocks have Thunderous Smite and Wrathful Smite.
I'm just imagining a wizard, one of the warlocks just walking up to someone and then bonks them with like their stabs, and then they just get sent flying.
Right. So silly.
Mm-hmm.
Or just like the knight walking up and just smacking you. It's like, wait, you're not a paladin. You can't do divine smite. Who said it was divine?
I mean, you could probably like, if you wanted to, you could give them like Eldritch Smite if you wanted to.
No, I'm not.
Nice. Yeah.
They're only getting these because these are the base faction spells that every member of the faction gets.
That's fine.
Yep.
I just did a mess up. I need to set this place as my inn, so when I am done with my murder spree in the dungeon, I can return back here and
Yep.
just sell all the stuff I don't need. Sell everything I get from the dungeon. I think I wish I should actually just dump all the stuff I have. Why do I have random moldy leather gloves in my backpack? What the fuck?
Why not?
They're moldy. They're full of mold. Why? Okay, I'm gonna just.
I also forgot I have to change how their mage armor works. Their mage armor, I believe, should actually be higher now. Yeah, their armor is actually going to be higher now.
Who, the scouts or the warlocks?
The warlocks. Because before it was 13 plus dex, but now it's 10 plus dex plus casting modifier. So their AC is actually going to be 15, not 14. Because that's a mage armor. Oh, right. I should actually write down a note about me changing mage armor. That's what I should have written down. I knew that there was something. Oh, also, Jaden, I made spell lists for like for the artificer, bard, cleric, druid, paladin, ranger, sorcerer, soulbonder,
I
warlock.
know.
So now you can now you don't need to look on Wikidot. Now you just look them up here. If you want to see like what's available for a different class at different levels.
Thank you. So I'm probably gonna be doing that a lot in the campaign, whenever we level up or whenever I want to change my equipment or spells.
Yep, I knew I was going to do that immediately when the fact that I was like, oh wait, I'm gonna have to force everyone to get rid of all their spells to save on lag. I'm like, okay, I need to make a convenient resource that people can look up.
Yeah. And plus, with all what I'm planning with my character, I have to also check all of the damn like warlock subclasses I have under my belt right now.
Which is 2.
2, but soon to be 3.
Yeah.
In like, I think 1 level or 2 levels.
Right.
No, in 2 levels. Because I'm only one level into Blood Hunter. Which, yay, big reveal, I am multi-classing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's known that we all are.
Except for Hoonery. Hoonery is not multi-classing at all.
Yeah.
They're like one of the only characters in the campaign currently who's just not multi-classing at all.
Right now, I'm very surprised that Cadmus didn't multi-class into a Blood Hunter.
There are things you shouldn't know.
That may change in the future.
You don't know what's gonna happen. Time isn't one thing, it's multiple things after all.
Fox, I believe you're beginning to say too many things now.
I know. Let me have my mysterious shit.
Yay, I have alcohol.
Yes.
That is a couple item in this, I love it.
I have acquired
As
beer.
required.
Also, friendly reminder, by the way, mage armor is not concentration.
Yeah, I made that mistake in when we were doing the PvP match. I completely forgot it's not concentration.
Multiple
To be fair, we
people have
all
made
made
that mistake.
mistakes over that fight.
Sorry, what?
To be fair, we all made mistakes over that one fight.
Yeah, everyone. No one was playing it correctly. Even I completely forgot death saving throws were a thing for that fight. Where player characters don't just die when they reach 0 hit points.
Well, I actually expected for that fight that you just didn't do death saves because it was just better to deal with.
No, that wasn't intentional. I just completely forgot.
Yeah, I thought they were. It was intentional, so I didn't say anything about it.
Okay. I'm sure other people thought the same way, which is why they did. But no, I'm not going to take credit for that. I just completely forgot.
Like, oh, wow, I forgot that these existed.
Right. I was like, oh yeah, these aren't NPCs. These are actual player characters. Because for NPCs, you ignore death saving throws. But for player characters, you don't.
Under certain circumstances, you don't.
Because I know the books basically tell you that, yeah, for NPCs, you basically just that death saving throws are only there for the player to help keep the players alive, and NPCs, if they have 0 HP, just remove them from the board.
Oh, Baba Yaga.
What?
Baba Yaga.
What is this
Babushka
gibberish?
Yaga. Which in Russian translates to grandmother demon.
Okay. Thank you for that random information.
Also, I forgot that the Warlocks of the Archfey had the Conjure Fey spell.
I mean,
Yeah,
it makes sense.
I can't even get Contra Fey yet, which is funny.
Right, so that basically means that when these guys show up, there's gonna be what, like 5 of them? They'll show up and just all conjure phase onto the field.
Interesting thing, with Conjure Fey, by ruling, you can conjure a fairy dragon because they technically count as a fey creature.
What's the stats? Is it
The
challenge
fairy
rating
dragon
6 or
raised
lower?
I'm pretty sure it is. I think it's like a challenge rating of 5.
What book is a fairy dragon from?
I have no idea. I just know that they exist, and their entire lore is fucking hilarious because they literally exist to be pranksters.
Right, like copper dragons, except with fundamental differences. I don't think I own the book that they're from, is the problem.
Okay, give me time and I'll give you it.
Wait, no, I have it. It's right here. Okay, I
Mhm.
misspelled fairy. I always forget that they spell it Faerie instead of Fairy.
It's not pronounced fairy. It's pronounced fairy.
What?
That's actually what you call it. I always thought you pronounce it that they call it fairy, but no, it's fairy because it's a
Fairy, it's pronounced in the Link to the Past.
Yep.
yeah that, and also it's a fey creature, fairy dragon.
Invisible tricksters, blah blah blah.
So basically how...
They're CR1.
Oh, I got them wrong then. Yeah,
That-
they're really
that
fun.
whole- Basically
Because
how
they
Cadmus was
can-
talking to...
They can. I think like you can also create like, you can also have them create illusions and shit. So, yeah, I love them. They're very mischievous, but in like a good way. Why not? Why is Zolfarok? It requires level 34, but everything's level 50. Why?
I'm currently looking up the best ones to summon. Ooh.
There's a lot.
Ooh, what is this one? I want to look up this one. Anna's Hag. She's a CR6 fairy. Fae.
That.
Oh god, that's horrifying.
Yeah, I mean, all have horrifying.
Okay, let me read the specifics of Conjure Fae. It says you summon a Fae creature of challenge rating 6 or lower, or a Fae spirit that takes the form of a beast of challenge rating 6 or lower. Oh, so it's either Fae creatures or beasts. Good to know. So that actually opens things like, the giant ape or the T-Rex. Actually, I don't know what the T-Rex, but the giant ape, definitely. It appears in like space.
The is like CR8, I think, or CR10.
Fae creature disappears and adjusts 0 hit points, blah, blah. Friendly to you and your companions for the duration. Roll initiative for the creature, which has its own turns. Okay. Child corruptor, tormenting the weak.
What about it? What's this about a child corruptor? What?
Yeah, child corruptor. It's a thing in the Annis Hag, which is a fey creature. If you want to read that out, go ahead. It's on screen.
It's fine. I'm not gonna. I'm
Okay.
focusing on my graph for now.
I'll go ahead and read out then. When an Annis feels especially cruel, she disguises herself as a kindly-looking elderly woman, approaches a child in a remote place, and gives it an iron token that it can use to confide in her. Over time, Granny, quote-unquote, convinces the child that it's okay to have bad thoughts and to do bad deeds, starting with breaking things or wandering outside without permission, then graduating to pushing someone down the stairs or setting a house on fire. Sooner or later, the child's family and community become terrified of the bad seed, quote-unquote, and must face the awful decision of whether the child should be punished or exiled. These things just do this. They just do this to mess with children. That's horrifying.
I mean, that a lot of hags are evil. I mean, there are some good hags, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this one
It's
is
just-
lawful evil.
Yeah. I think there's like chaotic good one. Like I know the fairy dragons are chaotic good because of one main thing. They're just no, they're chaotic and neutral, I think, because sometimes their pranks do go a bit far.
I'm just looking at this for the summon face spell, because the summon face spell means that it's gonna automatically be friendly to you and your allies.
Hey Faye, manipulate that child in front of me.
Well, they have an ability called Crushing Hug. They can evidently bear hug people to death.
That is even more terrifying.
Yeah, it does 9d6 plus 5 bludgeoning damage.
Bear hug, it just crushes a guy's windpipe.
Yeah, also, if the target doesn't die, it's grappled and it has an escape DC of 15 if it's a large or smaller creature. Until the grapple ends, the target takes 9d6 plus 5 bludgeoning damage at the start of each of the hag's turns. The hag can't make attacks while grappling a creature, so it will keep holding on to you until you either break free or die. Wow.
Damage, like, you'll most likely die.
So imagine if your warlocks all summoned these things.
Honestly, that'd be hella, like, terrifying, because literally you just have to have them summon all that and just tell them, go and hug them.
Right.
Yeah.
Blink Dog. Magically teleporting pack hunters. Okay, so let me look up a Blink Dog then. It's only a CR 1/4 creature, but I want to look it up just in case, because you never know, the Shadow's a CR 1/2 creature, even though it's freaking terrifying.
I think that the only thing they can do is just teleport around. Their literal existence is to be trolls.
Yeah, magically teleports along with any equipment it's wearing to occupy space. Yeah, and it can make a bite attack before or after teleporting. So yeah, it's not that impressive, but hey, it's a thing. Briganock, Darklings.
I know about the shadow because, like, the summon shadow thing exists, and those are, like, terrifying with what they can do.
Right. Oh, red caps. Small but hellishly strong. I remember these things from the Dungeons of Drakenheim campaign. One of these things kicked a tree down with its boots.
Are those things, like, tiny, though?
Yeah, they're tiny, but he was just screaming his head off, red in the face, tiny, yelling insults, and a dude climbed up a tree to escape him, so he just wind up with his metal boot and smashed the entire tree down with a strength check.
That's interesting.
It's
That is
terrifying, and it's just freaking...
terrifying, and what makes it funnier is, yeah, that thing could just be on our side.
Right? You just
Also, about the Fae thing. So basically, how Cadmus was with Sokurai, with little context.
as subtle as a flung battle axe. Yeah, no, that's accurate. These things are not fucking subtle. At all. They will be screaming insults at you the entire time.
A freaking moment that he had with Sokurai.
Yes, I get it.
I know. Let me have my own fun too.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. They have an ability that just straight up gives them disadvantage on stealth checks because they're wearing clanking iron boots.
Oh, fuck. Sylvitra probably loves those guys.
Right. To give you an idea of their strength, while grappling, they're considered a medium creature instead of small, and also they can wield heavy weapons without disadvantage, even though they're small creatures. That gives you an idea how strong these things. These things have a strength of 18, and they're small creatures.
They have a strength of 18. They can pick up a cart and fucking yeet it.
Yeah.
There's more things you can do.
Here we go. This is the thing I'll talk about. Ironbound Pursuit. The red cat moves up to its speed to a creature it can see and kicks it with its iron boots. The target must succeed on a DC 14 dexterity saving throw or take 3d10 plus 4 bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone. Keep in mind they can do that on top of their movement for the turn. They can effectively dash and kick your head off at the same time. It's fucking terrifying. And then their regular attack is the Wicked Sickle, which they make 3 of it, and it does 2d4 plus 4 bludgeoning damage, and they can do that 3 times.
Can I just add on to that information you gave about the boots? Just proceed to play like soccer announcers in the background and loud goal as the guy's head gets kicked clean off.
You win! Fatality!
I need to eat my food so I don't die. I've been committing mass genocide for too long now.
Honestly, these things are so... I'm almost scared of some of these things just for the fact of I would have to be yelling insults at them, and I don't know if I want to do that on stream.
I mean, I'd honestly probably do it if I was like if I had them in my campaign. Like, I would not hesitate to have them just look at like a dwarf, call them a half pint, and then kick them in the balls, and then have the guy fucking run away.
They'd probably just look at Cadmus and run over and go, "Come back here, you bloomin' pansy!" And as they're trying to kick him in the face.
Just kicks them in the dick.
And keep in mind, by the way, because of how high their strength is, they can jump like 3 times their height.
I know! The one thing that's making me laugh right now is the amount of shit that's gonna be thrown at, like, the amount of insults that's gonna be thrown at just Sakurai, and how much he has to hold back him having to shoot these people. Like, he would have
underestimate the guy with the literal hammer from just literally just knocking them away.
Right.
Freaking baseball style.
Though, to be fair, they wouldn't be fighting Cadmus in the group. They'd be fighting whatever's in the caves. Because these guys would be on our side. So they wouldn't be flinging insults. They might be flinging insults at our own people. I don't know. But they wouldn't be attacking them.
I mean, it doesn't state that they have to fling insults to just the enemy.
It states that they're friendly to you and your allies.
Friendly doesn't mean they don't have to throw insults.
Fair. So that's another option. So there's the hag and there's that. There's options.
Oh god. I'm being overrun.
Oh god. Wait,
Ah!
there's a Fey version of the Shadow? What? Oh god.
Wait, is this the version?
There's a Fey version of a Shadow. Called a Reflection, evidently. Yeah.
Ah! I survived on 5% of my HP as I got overrun by enemies. Ooh, I'm more crystal. Which does that go for? Nothing. Good to know. Thank you, game.
I wish there was a way to sort creatures by creature type and CR in Roll20. But there is not.
Yeah. I'm keeping you, moving you because you're just gonna wait for me in space.
It says it's in Tasha's Cauldron or everything, but I don't have it in my thing, so I guess not. Satyr, Screaming Devilkin? What? There's something called
What?
Screaming Devilkin and it's a Fey creature?
Oh god, the Fae are fucking weird.
Resembling a
But you got-
small, angry devil cherub, or perhaps a mephit, Screaming Devilkin are fiend-tainted Feyborn with emotions of intense panic, which they then live to spread to other people. Okay.
The world is burning! It's eternal chaos! And just...
Right? The world's going to end! Everyone batten down the hatches, go into your cupboards! Buy gold, buy!
just starts tossing out gold, and then you just see like the big booted gremlin people just catching the gold, like, haha, fuck these assholes! Just scurrying away.
Oh, it's from a book I don't have. Okay, that explains it. Seag. Right.
Bug.
Yes?
Oh god, I can just imagine the hilarity.
Giving me ideas, Cadmus.
Okay.
Gonna summon Fate 2. Do not make me want to make him summon this.
Oh, I don't mind giving you ideas on what to summon. Ooh, a Yethound. Okay. Sorry, go on, Jaden, if you want to say something.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I'm just laughing my ass off thinking about what I just said. What I said.
Also, thank you for giving me the idea to use the hammer like a baseball bat.
I mean, that's actually how you're supposed to use hammers, combat-wise.
A baseball bat's basically just a weirdly shaped hammer.
I mean, I'm going by Wind Waker hammer logic.
That's not bad, considering how one of the swings that Link does with a hammer.
He just yeets them up into space, basically.
Okay, maybe it wouldn't be that intense, but still.
You just see Cadmus just planning with his hammer. What are you doing? Boom! I was playing trajectory.
Oh god, this thing has a lot of abilities. Oh, it doesn't work in sunlight. Okay.
That actually makes sense.
Wait, what?
Actually,
Oh, hey, Jaden, there is Baleful Baying, which says the Yethound bays magically. I don't know what bay means. Every enemy
Owls?
within 300 feet of the hounds that can hear it must succeed on a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw or be frightened until the end of the hound's next turn.
Oh! Bay is a type of howl. Bay is a type of howl.
Okay, so it howls. A frightened target that starts its turn within 30 feet of the hound must use all its movement on that turn to get as far away from it as possible, and must finish its move before taking an action, and must move the most direct route, even if hazards lie that way. The target successfully saves is immune to the baying of all Yethounds for the next 24 hours. So, these things would not be good to summon, just because they make all our allies have to run away too. But
I
it's
mean,
interesting.
If you're immune to the frightened condition, then
Yeah. If you are
Yes.
immune to it, then it's not as much of an issue.
No, I can't. Actually.
Alright. That's a
Ooh,
baby.
I'm getting quite a pocket of money here.
Ignore the creatures that are appearing in the forest. I'm just dragging them in here so that I have the stat sheet later to use.
Yeah. Wait. What?
See, you're gonna see a
Oh,
Yethound,
God!
a red cap, and a forest all appear in, and a hag all appear in the forest. They're not actually there.
What did you do?
Dragged creatures into the forest, as I said.
I'm sorry, I looked at something funny.
Oh,
I'm looking at this whole entire talking between Ahsoka, Brishnox, Hoonari, and Zokra, and I'm just seeing father over the campfire.
yeah. Father is the name of Brishnox that Hoonari gave.
Yes, father. It's not because it's his actual father.
I mean, I joked about how he has the personality of Gramps from Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
He does. That's how I'm personifying him.
That's how you should personify him.
Because he's an elder older than dirt, effectively. And he's got way too much wisdom to let anything bother him anymore. Sorry for the jump scare. Yes, this is what red caps look like.
Okay, I'm curious. What do these red caps? What do they look?
They look terrifying!
They look about what you would expect from the description.
They definitely look like what I'd expect.
Yeah, a red cap is a homicidal fey creature born of bloodlust. Do I need to say more?
Born to be angry. It's born to treat you like the floor he walks on.
Right. He is
It
just always
it
pissed
is.
off.
It exists to be angry. If you find one that is not angry, it should not exist.
Right. If you find one that's not angry, it has magic inducing it to no longer be angry. And it's being affected by something against its will.
Yeah, if something has made them not angry, then something isn't right.
Oh, it's not what I thought of when I saw Kakor.
I was like
Also,
to think that I like to think that at some point Zokarai like runs into one that's like super calm and it's like chill and everything. It's like, hey look, I found this guy, and then it's just Cadmus and Jano are like, no, something isn't right. Something isn't right about him. Like, why? He's
He
way
should
too
be
calm.
angry.
He
Right.
should be angry. He should be treating you like the floor he walks on.
bloodlust personified, steeped in slaughter, bloodthirsty mercenaries. Yeah, they hammer that point home as much as he'll hammer your head in with his boot. It's like the most metal description I've seen for a D&D monster of he's just gonna fuck you up and he doesn't care. That's his
But
entire...
He's the definition of like a character just being angry for the sake of being angry.
Yeah.
Like, he's so angry that he is angry at the fact that he's angry.
Right. It's like he is a barbarian with rage if they were just always in rage. Which probably explains his redonkulous strength value. Because he always has rage bonus, effectively.
It's gonna be fun. Like, I want when I like set up, when I've like properly set up like my other campaign, because I've never found time to actually work on my Cyberpunk campaign because of university and other things. I have like so many plans. I have like so many plans out because I want to do a Feywild campaign where like the players wake up in the Feywild and then they just have to deal with these pieces of shit occurring every once in a while, and it's just treats them like utter shit.
Right? Get up, you worthless pile of garbage. Before I kick you out.
It's like, oh, shut the
Right.
fuck up. I don't give a shit.
Is that normal? Yes, you're supposed to insult it back.
You know what? I just thought of one. I don't care if your arm's falling off. My arm falls off every single day and you don't see me fucking complaining.
I just reattach it. But I can't reattach mine. That's because you're weak.
You're weak. You have magic. Fucking fix it.
Right?
Oh, I could just...
Okay, I'm convinced the Archfey Warlocks are gonna summon red caps now.
Yeah, if there's like, no, if there's a point where there's someone trying to pick a fight with them, they'll be like someone has a diss off with them, it's like, oh no, we have champions, and just summons the red caps, and it's like, hey, you want to do some of your rage? There's your
Right.
targets.
Now I'm just imagining one of those moments from like the Marvel cinematic movie where it's like, someone walks up and says, "You cannot possibly physically brawl me," and the Warlock just says, "No, but he can," and just summons a red cap. It's like, you wanna fucking go, boy? You wanna fucking go?
No. That goes on the funny thing. Is just so great. It's like, should it normally be this? Yeah. Just Kevin's going, yeah, you get used to it over time.
Just stay out of its way. It will not hesitate to kick you.
You either have to fight it back verbally or just get out of its way.
Right? There is no reasoning with these things. If you try to reason with them, they'll call you a pansy and keep trying to kick you.
No, they're cunts. You have to treat them like a cunt.
Effectively,
That is just in Cadmus's words. Just, they're cunts. You have to treat them like cunts.
I'm trying to imagine all the hilarity that can happen with red caps. Just, oh, it'd be fun. My favorite one is that it would be even better if the entire party is just bards who have no, honestly, in my campaign, I'd give the red caps the spell, Vicious Mockery.
I think they naturally have that.
I don't think they have spells naturally, no.
Oh, wait, I'm looking at something else. I'm sorry.
In my campaign, I'm tempted to give red caps just barbarian levels because it's fitting.
No! They're Max Barbarian!
No, I want them all to have barbarian levels, but they have one level in bard. Just so they could have Vicious Mockery.
Right. You can just
One
make
just-
them have it, but
One
yeah.
just dipped into cleric, and all of a sudden you just see him using divine smites.
Magic? What
Paladin
the
is
fuck is that?
divine
You mean pack slots? Sorry, you mean smite slots?
Yes, smite slots.
Oh god.
Cleric
Yes, let
and
me just
paladin is
let me
divine smite, by the way.
scroll I'm picking up.
I didn't hear you, Jaden. What?
No, I'm just talking to myself.
Oh.
I keep collecting troll sweat, and I'm trying, and it doesn't sell for a lot, so I'm just removing it.
Okay.
Well,
Just add in a rule that says you must use your interaction each turn to verbally insult the enemy.
you know what? Just make a very high CR version of the red caps, and just have them have that one appear. Just have a CR 30 red cap, and all it does is just blurt out insults, and then just will not die.
Right. I did imagine, what would happen if someone cast Enlarge Reduce on a red cap to make them enlarged?
Don't give me those ideas, because I can't grab that spell.
Good.
I'm
I
giving
will
you
grab
these
that
ideas.
spell just for the sake of enlarging a fucking red cap.
I'm adding in a new ability for that.
I must eat my foot. I have
Why is
like
Clock's
three-
Wise on Jaden's NPCs?
Sorry, what?
I'm asking Bug that specifically.
What were you
Yeah.
asking me? Sorry.
Why is Clocksworth on Jaden's NPCs?
Is he?
Yes, that's what I see. Oh no, never mind. It's not that.
He's not. It's Clocksworth is entirely separate. He's one of the ones in not in a folder.
I got confused over that. I'm like, how?
Yeah. If you're wondering how Fox can see your NPCs, Jaden, it's because he's a co-DM.
I
Also,
I shall be your undoing.
Did,
I shall
I
be
thought
your
I
death.
made
I didn't hear what Jaden said. What?
I made gadget. No, I'm talking to myself.
Oh, okay,
I
never
simply
mind.
forgot. I forgot to make the other
What
place.
the fuck?
At least this place uses mount, so I can run out of here.
I'm sorry, now I see a Yeath Hound. Why the fuck does that have a human face?
Because it does. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm sorry,
Yeath
that's just like
Hounds
the
are
funniest
fine.
thing. And first thing I noticed, I'm like, it has a human face. I don't
Oh,
know if I
does it
should
have
be
a
scared
human
or
face?
find that adorable.
It kind of looks like a pug to me.
That's
Like
why I'm like, I don't know
small-
if I should be scared or find that adorable.
It's like a demonic
Hey,
pug.
fuck. Smile, dog. Be afraid.
I know it's based off a Smile Dog, but still.
That's why I love it. It's adorable. Smile Dog is adorable.
You're the one that found the pest mascot adorable too.
Literally, if I'm going in a character of Canvas and myself, we both find everything, no matter how creepy it is, adorable.
You find with all of your characters, you will always pet something. Even if your character is chaotic evil and is intent to destroy everything, if it sees a puppy or a wolf, it will not hesitate. They will not hesitate to stop, drop, and just start petting the damn thing.
They fucking deserve pets.
And I completely agree with you. They are adorable babies and they should be given lots of love.
Oh, right, I forgot. You can also create pixies from this. Oh.
Fuck Pixie. Fuck Pixies.
Do you remember what pixies do, Jaden?
Oh,
A
there's special
little bit.
abilities.
I know they have like a lot of abilities, and I know they also have like a lot of spells in their arsenal as well.
And they
I think
also
they
have
have-
polymorph.
Yeah, that's why I'm scared of them.
They can be summoned
Oh
with
yeah,
this.
that's a polymorph.
Yeah,
Mass polymorph,
they
actually,
have
not just polymorph.
confusion, dancing lights, detect evil and dead, detect thoughts, dispel magic, entangle, fly, phantasmal force, polymorph, and sleep.
You can literally have a team, literally summon a lot of them, and have a team of flying T-Rexes.
Well, to be fair, that's what the summon woodland creatures spell, not the summon face spell, but still. You could still summon a few of these.
Welcome to how druids are actually terrifying.
I mean, wizards. I mean, yeah. As much as people will disagree, they need to understand the shit that a level 15 druid alone can do.
Right. Level 15 druids are insane. Also, I forget to mention they have magic resistance. So they have advantage on all saving throws against spells and other magical effects.
How?
They're only a CR 1/4 creature.
They're like one of those. They're one of those that like kind of like just appear to teach the players that don't study your enemies before you fight them, kind of thing.
Right, but once they do study, I'm like, oh hey, I could summon these things. It's just like how powerful Chewingas are in the summon minor elemental spell.
Oh yeah, I forgot I could summon like 8 of them.
If you have summon minor elemental, yeah.
Wait, can Chewingas actually fight though?
They can
No,
give
but
you
they can
gifts.
dodge.
They can give you gifts and they can cast Pass Without Trace and Invisibility.
They also have 20
yeah.
decks.
Yeah. They're really hard to hit and they can blend into natural rocks, rivers, and streams, as well as trees.
I think I told you about this. The troll villain idea bug. Have a very high level druid just constantly be casting the spell and have a whole entire area flooded with Chewingas.
You did not tell me about this. Also, I'm not going to run with that idea because that idea is well, not terrible, but it's like terrifying. So I'm not going to do that.
I meant as like a joke character. Like, to fight me, you have to fight through all of them.
Are you aware of what some of the charms are that Chewingas can provide a person? Blame. Jaden.
Yes and no.
Here's just one example. If it will actually roll. I don't know if it actually rolled or not. Why is this one thing not working today? Hold on. Let me go ahead and debug something. Something's not working in my scripts. Give me a second.
Could. My warlord say it could work.
API scripts.
CCC. Eve script.
It's less armor though, which is what we like. But it's more intellect. This does give me more health, so I guess health is pretty good. Hit rating, that doesn't improve anything. Improves resilience, which is pretty cool.
Hey, let me reload this tab. Just believe it picks this up.
Here's the one I'm looking for. This is the one. Go shot ranking is spell power.
I'll have to look at the Pack Tactics Chewinga video at some point. Hello, Serdic. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
We exist.
Yeah, the Pack Tactics one is pretty good. Also, I did add in some of my own Chewinga charms just for the heck of it.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I rolled one.
Cadmus has seen one of those. No, that you rolled one of the charms, but that's not actually one of the ones I made. That's a normal one. Charm of the Mains. This charm allows you to regrow a lost appendage or organ, such as an arm, a foot, or an eye. After it's used once, the charm goes away. So at any point in the future, you can just regrow a limb. Because there's no time limit on that, meaning you can just kind of hold on to that until you need it. Let's try... Well, because the macro is not working, it's the problem. I wanted it so that Princess like text instead of just rolling on the table.
I can't roll it off to the side thing.
I did.
I'm sorry, when did they get Phantasmal Force?
Chewingas?
No, the Pixies.
Do they have Phantasmal Force?
I did not know they had Phantasmal Force.
Hold on a second. Holy shit. I might hit. I might complete my build soon. I'm actually super excited.
Good.
I'm glad you're super excited.
Be excited.
Not that
How you
excited.
doing, Surtur?
Improves the range of 5. Yeah, like I totally wanna, like I'm totally that much of a caster. I'd rather get skull penetration, which.
Okay, well my one API script is just not working anymore, so I need to go back to the old way of rolling the table, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, same. I'm sorry about that.
It's not your fault. It's just kind of annoying. Whatever.
Yeah, I got flash the mojo at least, so I can. do shit with
RT.
that. No, I love playing this. I love playing this game sometimes. Because sometimes we just slap down a mystic altar. Just everyone begins to surround the altar you summoned. Where's the other one? Please.
Right, yeah, I need to do it that way. I forgot about that one. So yeah, I need to do
Now I have a rating of 49, which is 59, which is
This.
nothing ton perfect.
this, save. I said save. Now it works. So yeah, Charm of Nova. Here's one that I made. So Charm of Nova. When you make an attack roll, you can choose to invoke this charm, and if you do, you automatically score a critical hit and maximize the damage. After you use this charm 3 times, the charm vanishes.
I see.
Yeah. There's some
What the fuck?
crazy Chewinga charms.
Those are one of your charms, though.
Right, but mine are not really that much stronger than most that exist. There's ones that, like, yeah, Cadmus.
Isn't one of your...
What was that?
Wait,
Yes.
isn't the autocrypt yours?
What was that, Flame?
Wasn't the autocrypt one yours?
The Charm and Nova one. Yeah, that one's mine. Sorry.
God, he says that his on powerful looks at the one that autocryts.
They're not that
that's
powerful. They're just powerful.
Here's one that already exists normally, the Azoreous Charm. When you can activate this, you can either cast... when you activate this charm, you can cast the whole person spell, 3rd level version, command spell, or counter spell. The charm vanishes after you activate it.
I see.
What was that screech for, Chemist?
I yawned. I'm sorry.
That was a yawn? That was a screech.
Oh. That was a yawn!
It sounded like you were doing the blue re thing. Jesus, that hurts my ears. Please don't do
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I got more spell power and a lot of penetration, so screw them with him. Screw the enemy with resilience, I guess.
For reference,
Welcome to
Cadmus,
my-
what was the one that you got? That Chewinga charm?
Misty Step. Misty Step.
How long does that last?
Till I use it 3 times.
Okay.
Also, welcome to the joke I made about Power Word Kill being a gigantic re.
And fear. Rar.
It's literally
did you-
re so loudly that the opponent just loses their hearing.
Yeah.
just
Here's one.
dies.
Here's one, by the way. It's called Charm of the Alchemist. It says, you sacrifice gold equal to half the gold cost of any potion or of rare or lower, and if you do, you spawn the potions. The number of potions you spawn depend on the rarity. Rare is 10, uncommon is 20, and common is 30. Once this effect is used, the charm disappears.
And I think you talked about how Cadmus got that once.
You got that once when you were young, yes.
Now I just imagine like a human in the forest, like, what, where did this come from?
So when you say, do they have any combat applications, Jaden? They can give charms once a day to a person.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you told me about that. Because I wanted. I'm trying to move. I'm like so focused on my game.
All right.
It's either that or just Howard Kill just being a major insult.
Why are we talking about Power Kill again?
I don't know. Welcome to what happens when I get like sidetracked mentally. I have ADHD, okay? Flame knows this.
Yes,
And whenever
you've
I
said-
go, whenever I get sidetracked, I just immediately like, what is the first thing that's in my mind? Killing.
That Murph Days, hell no. Is there a better use? Is there a sword that gives me intellect?
Technically, I don't actually have the stat block for Chiringa, unfortunately. And
I think I have to get you one from a book. I wish they sold all three together, but yeah, I think you said Icewind Dale has one.
Icewind Dale has one, yes. You don't have to buy it for me though if you don't want to. Keep in mind.
True.
Stop
Anytime
spending
that I
money.
I will give you money if you shut up.
Don't
Do
tempt
it.
him.
You won't. You don't know
I'll
my
do it.
PayPal.
I'll do it. I'm sorry. I'm just having fun with that.
No, you're fine.
I just realized something. Wait, does this count as a beast? Hold on. Load the
I
page
thought it
faster.
doesn't count as a beast. I thought beasts count as things that literally have the word beast on like next to their stat block.
Medium swarm of tiny beasts. Does that mean...
Wait, can a druid just become a swarm of beasts?
No, I wasn't talking about druid. I was talking about the summon face spell, because the summon face spell can summon beasts.
I'm sorry, my thought process being, yeah, druids can become beasts. They just become a swarm.
Can you transform into a swarm? You cannot transform into a swarm using the druid wild shape ability. Okay.
That's good to
Can
know,
you-
thank you.
Yeah. Can you summon a swarm?
I literally don't see why not with summoning.
And the conjure animal spell summon swarms. Here we go. Do. For summons. On one hand, I can see how this answer could be yes, simply because technically it is of the type beast with the correct CR range, so raw it could be possible, say for swarms or insects. On the other hand, I can also see how the answer could be no, since it goes against the idea that they are summoning a specific number of beasts, and swarms are considered a medium swarm of tiny creatures, meaning many creatures, many more than conjure animal says it can summon, which interpretation is correct. No, conjure animal summons a specific number of beasts of certain CR, not a swarm of them. Okay.
That also makes sense.
Yeah. Since it's a swarm of them, it doesn't work. Okay, that was honestly a question I did not know the answer to.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go, oh, of course. I meant to just say I don't know.
Right.
The one thing I'm curious about is I don't know the entire ruling of summon woodland creatures. Because I understand you can summon a set CR of them, but my question is there a calculation to when you're summoning a CR of each number? Like you summon 5 CR8s and the rest are CR1s?
Yep.
I think there should be.
Conjure Woodland Beings is 1 CR2 Fey creature, 2 CR1s, 4 CR1 fourths, or 8 CR1. Sorry, 4 CR1 halves, or 8 CR1 fourths. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's always 1, 2, 4, 8 at various different CRs.
Okay, so it's only locked to those specific CRs then.
Yeah. Though you can For the bottom one, the one that summons 8, you can summon anything from that or below, but it would still just be 8 of them. So, for example, with Conjure Woodland Beings, you can summon 8 pixies, even though I believe pixies are CR 1/8. If I remember correctly.
I mean, yeah. But it's also quite terrifying because when you can do that, you can summon a shit ton of pixies and then have them cast Polymorph on your allies.
Yep. Cast Polymorph on your allies, have another person summon more pixies, and cast freaking Fly on those Polymorphed allies. Personally, I'm more of a fan of the Giant Ape rather than T-Rex, but that's just me.
I mean, Giant Ape can punch you.
Well, wait, can they actually turn your allies into T-Rexes? Because isn't that locked to a set level value?
Polymorph turns you into a creature that is a CR equal to or less than your total level. So in this case, if you were a level 6 character, you could turn into a CR 6 or lower beast.
Okay, so when it's casted on someone, it's locked to their level, not to caster level. Okay.
Yep. Exactly. So,
Okay,
for
because
example,
I don't understand. The ruling of Polymorph was a bit weird for me, because it's a little bit confusing for me to understand.
Yeah.
But it helps me understand better, yeah.
The reason why everyone talks about the T-Rex is just because of the fact that by the time you get the Polymorph spell, like naturally through leveling up, you're already level 8 and the T-Rex is CR 8.
I think aren't we like, what level is the party? Level 6?
The party is currently level 6. Next level will be level 7, and that means they could turn into the Giant Ape at the next level. If they had Conjure Woodland Beings somehow. What level is Conjure Woodland Beings? Let me look that up, actually.
I just start two separate things for bugbears. What the hell is a bugbear?
Is it is the bugbear a monstrosity or a beast? Because I don't know.
I think it's a beast. I don't know offhand. Anyway,
A goblin.
Conjure Woodland Beings is a druid and ranger spell.
No,
That's a
not
4th level.
bugbear. Owlbear. Sorry, I was thinking of the owlbear. I said bugbear.
Yeah.
Is
Anyway,
the bugbear considered a monstrosity or a beast? Because
Goblin.
owlbear.
Owlbear, I
Not
believe,
bug.
is a beast.
Does it? Oh, okay. Oh, so that means that's something that's tameable then.
But yeah, did you hear what I said about Conjure Woodland Beings?
I know you said that like you can summon pixies.
I was saying what classes it's available for, and you guys interrupted me 3 times.
Oh, I knew. It's a druid and ranger.
Yeah, it's a 4th level spell for druids and rangers. Also, I like how it says bugbear. This does not look like a bear to me.
Isn't it supposed to be a goblin?
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's a
supposed to be-
goblinoid, not a goblin.
The D&D version of a hobgoblin, basically.
Yeah, it's goblinoid. However, the not the bugbear, the owlbear is a monstrosity. Interesting. I thought it was a beast. My bad.
Huh. Okay. That means it's not tameable then.
God damn it! I want to tame it.
I would
You can't.
personally just make it more
monstrosity-
difficult, but allow to be tamed, depending.
It matters on the DM mostly. If DM like follows by ruling, you can't tame any form of monstrosity, unless the monstrosity is intelligent enough. I think.
Listen, he may have a form of Cadmus where he wants to have a pet of everything.
Well, like for example, Cadmus is already talking about trying to tame the things in the cave. And it does say somewhere in its entry that if you raise one from an egg, you can raise it in captivity.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could probably do that. If we find the eggs, we can hatch some eggs and then just raise them.
Yep. That is definitely
that's-
doable. It's hard, but it's definitely doable. You want to know
Yeah.
part of why I like the giant ape?
Why?
It actually has a reasonably high intelligence stat. Not that that matters that much. It has comparable stats to the T-Rex in terms of it actually has more HP, slightly less armor class, and only slightly slower. But it has a ranged attack, unlike most beasts, where it can just throw rocks at people.
Oh yeah, I can do that. I forgot. That's terrifying.
Yeah, and it's 7d6 plus 6 bludgeoning damage.
Still terrifying.
Right, but I'm just saying it's actually not like pitiful damage. It's actually good damage for a range attack. So we could have the entire party turn into giant apes and just stay in the back line and throw them. And they're still also a huge creature, just like a T-Rex. So
Yeah.
yeah, just
And
summon a bunch
also,
of people. Sorry, go ahead.
can you just think about this for a second? Imagine just going into a war scenario. All the wizards have polymorph, and they just turn like the entire army into T-Rexes. Like that would be hella terrifying.
Yeah, no, a flying marshal with a bow doesn't just auto win against a giant ape. As Surtur put it.
No, like apes are terrifying because they like you could be flying as high as you wanted to. They could just throw a fucking rock at you.
He's referencing the one video that that D&D logs made about how the Tarrasque is not nearly as threatening as a lot of people think, because a flying martial class can just kill it with no response.
You have to
Because the
fucking
Tarrasque
shoot
never
your ass
beats
for
them.
that.
There's other things that can also kill it. I think there's the clay man or the clay monster.
The clay golem, yes.
Yeah, they can kill it because it's immune to acid.
Yeah,
You just get your ass and turn into a clay golem and just kill it.
it's not even immune to
Yeah.
acid. It absorbs acid, so acid heals the clay golem.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't use the regular Tarrasque. I use the true Tarrasque, which is a different version of it that is not official, but is a lot more like how it was back in 3.5. I've shown Cadmus that. It's terrifying.
Yeah,
Oh, is
I
it
don't like
immune
it.
now? Oh, it's immune to shadow. You're immune to shadow damage. You're not immune to holy damage. The hell?
And
That would
What are
be
you on?
ridiculous.
if you want to see a real bugbear, look at the bugbear in MLP. If you want to include it, you need to do the coding in script 29, set 0. If you want me to build it for you, let me know and I can do it for you. I don't know what you're referring to, Gojek. Oh wow, flying marshal with a bow that doesn't just auto win. Giant ape is Trask. I wonder if there's a way to become an Austriopolzo. What? I don't think that's a thing in D&D. Australopithecus, or whatever it is, which is the pre-humanoid humans from this world.
Oh god, I just remembered something.
Yeah. For reference,
The False Hydra exists.
what exists?
False Hydra.
Yeah.
No,
Possibly the most terrifying mythological monster.
take Dead Hand, make him creepier, and there you go.
How about this? Imagine a monster that you can see, but when you hear it, you can't see it.
Oh, I know.
Is that a thing in D&D, or are you talking about something else?
Oh no, they added. I don't know if it's
You said
a
for stat blocking. I'm thinking like it had a stat block in older editions, but like a false hydra is fucking terrifying because of one thing. When it kills you or when it eats you, and by ruling states, whatever it eats ceases to exist.
Yep. Anyway. Yeah, the true Tarrasque has that anti-fly zone ability to where you cannot fly when you're within its vicinity.
Wow, that thing must punish a lot of builds.
Yeah, your flying speed becomes 0 and you plummet to the ground immediately. Is how it's worded, I believe. I don't know if it's worded exactly that way, but that's effectively how it works. And it's like a 1 mile radius or something.
This is a False Hydra, by the way, Bug.
No, I'm talking about the true Terras.
God.
Oh yeah, I remember that thing, the False Hydra. I remember that.
This I showed to Xander, and it had one word. Why?
It's just a Dark Souls boss.
It's literally
It's
a
not.
Reddit thing that they
It
made.
existed- I believe
Oh,
it
you know
existed
what?
first as a.
I know the story
I
behind
know
it.
it existed in older D&D editions. I'm just saying it looks like a Dark Souls
Did it?
boss.
It? I know the story about it
does.
is they took a dead hand from Legend of Zelda, found art of it, found Hydra, and someone just decided to have the idea of let's make the Hydra and this dead hand
No.
concept creepy.
That is actually wrong. I think, did you call them deadheads?
Dead hand from Ocarina of Time.
Dead Hand is actually an inspiration of the False Hydra. The False Hydra existed in I can't remember what they're called. It's the I can't remember what there's like a lot of sci-fi monsters from it. I can't remember what the book's called though. But the False Hydra existed at first as I can't remember them. Fuck. God, I hate ADHD.
It's fine.
But yeah, the False Hydra. Basically, the only way a False Hydra can either be created is by the amount of negativity in a city. Like the negativity of the city literally can create a False Hydra, or a mad scientist or a mad alchemist or a mad warlock or necromancer.
It's also made of lies.
It is not made of lies.
I thought it's
That is
made of the
actually-
lies and collective like darkness and negativity of everyone in one
It is
town.
made of the negativity. It's made of the negativity of humankind in an area. It is not. It is not made of just lies. It's made of negativity itself. It is the definition of. It is the physical definition of darkness from Kingdom Hearts.
Yep. And I like
And
it, and I'm scared of it.
It is terrifying because unless you're an elf, you can't deal with that shit. Like you will die.
Even if you're an elf.
No. If you're an elf, you're immune to charm effects. Its song is a charm effect, so it counts as a charm. So by ruling,
didn't
elves
know
are
that-
immune.
Elves have
didn't know
advantage
you
on
have
charm
immunity.
effects. They are not immune
Yeah, that's
to
what I was
them.
about to say. I didn't know
Well,
you
they have advantage, yeah.
have advantage.
Yeah, you have advantage. Sorry, I don't know why I thought they were immune to charm.
Yeah, you're thinking of the Feywild stuff, because there's a lot of Feywild-based subclasses that give you immunity to charm effects, but no, elves are just have advantage against it.
Like Archfey Warlock,
Yes,
they gain immunity.
yes.
I actually like Archfey Warlocks.
Yeah, my armor
That
gives you
reminds
advantage.
me, I need to work on the True Terras, so give me a second. I need to actually work on that thing. Yeah, the full name that this book gave it, by the way, is Terras, Titan King of Annihilation.
That's the thing I viewed stupid about Archfey.
It has a section even
Archfey
just called,
is
Is This...
really overpowered. Like a
No,
lot of
there's something
Archfey
stupid.
high level stuff.
Flame. There's something stupid I viewed about Archfey. Literally, the sixth ability is called Misty Escape, and you acts like a Misty Step, yet you can't get the spell Misty Step via that patron.
I don't know that.
That's the only thing I find stupid. It's just like, if one of the abilities is to essentially do a slight Misty Step, why can't you just get the spell Misty Step?
Because it would be terrible on warlocks.
Yeah. It's more the fact that, like, the thing about Misty Step is, I mean, it's good if you're if your class focuses on mobility in combat.
It's good if you have a lot of spell slots. It's not good if you're a warlock, but you only have like 3 to 4 at high levels.
Oh god, there's a... Oh no. Yeah, I keep on forgetting that Giraffes can burrow.
Yes, and they have tremor sense.
Yeah.
Why can they
The
swim?
The Thoracic is they are like, they're all creatures that existed for like millennia, for like years and years.
Oh, I know.
And waking one up is literally the definition of an apocalypse.
The lore in my campaign, by the way, is that there's only one Tarask, and it's always the same Tarask.
Now it's just like, imagine the same person. God damn it, Steve again.
In my worlds, there are 2 Tarasks. There is the one Tarask who basically was enchanted with a weird enchantment that made it incredibly intelligent in such a way that it can actually converse and speak to people.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
it's a pacifist.
That partly defeats the entire point of it to me, but okay.
Yeah, I like
So
the
that-
ability for
Dude,
you to
they
Godzilla.
are- I did say there's 2 Tarasks.
I know. But part of the entire point is that it's just a creature. It's not evil, it's not good. It's just a creature going about its normal business, survival based. It just so happens to be so strong that everything is its prey.
Yeah.
It's like the Godzilla of freaking... I like to equate it as like the Godzilla of D&D, where it is the top kaiju, period.
I like it.
It's the god. It's the god of monsters, or the god of beasts, basically.
Yeah, it's one of the few things that can, at least this version of the Tarrasque I'm using, is one of the few things that can 1v1 an ancient dragon and probably win.
Yeah, I kind of agree on that.
I honestly posed the question before the Cadmus of if a true Tarrasque 1v1 Silvestro, who would win? Because I actually don't know who would win between those.
And I said true Tarask.
With the amount of spells and the amount of things in Sylvester's arsenal, Sylvester would win.
The Tarrasque is immune to any spells of 7th level or lower.
That's what I said.
Polymorph. There's true polymorph, which Sylvester could true polymorph him into a true Tarrasque.
I mean, the Tarrasque is CR 50 in this.
And Sylvester isn't Sylvester also CR 50?
I don't know.
That
I
was
don't
CR
remember. I
30.
never gave him an assigned CR yet. Either way, I don't know who would win between two. I don't mind if Silvestro does win. I just don't know who would honestly win between the two.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
said
you could run a test fight.
The only way
Wayne,
to
you wanna know my
permanently
true-
kill a Tarrasque is if you knock it to 0 hit points and then wish it away.
Plan. You want to know my true reading on this? I said the Tarrasque will win, but not after, but with a hard fight.
More just for me, yeah, I don't know. It entirely depends. It depends on how prepared Silvestro is for the fight. Is a large thing.
Yeah.
It's like, is he going in toying with it, or is he going in actually serious? Because if he's going in actually serious, Silvestro can probably win. But if he's going in toying with it, he'll probably get like half his HP ripped away before he realizes, oh hey, I have to take this thing seriously.
Yeah. But I think Sylvester would probably have enough knowledge to know that he wouldn't want to fuck around with a Tarrasque.
Fair.
Like he's not like a lot of other gods who underestimate their opponents. Like he's actually smart.
So let's transition all nice and cool like into the
All right.
world of the Red Stitch Report.
He's not one of those demigods or gods or whatever that just fucking think they're better than everyone else. Because there's a lot of gods out there that can actually. There's a lot of gods in D&D that actually can't kill a Tarrasque.
Right.
And that is fucking hilarious to me.
Bahamut is one.
I
I
mean,
believe Bahamut is
be
Bahamut.
fair,
I don't think Bahamut.
to be fair, Bahamut is stronger than Silvestro, so
Yeah. Remember, there are gods out there that even PCs can kill.
Surtur,
Oh, I know.
I will have to watch the videos with you later, Surtur, on what 12th level spells are. Because those are things that no longer exist in 5th edition because the goddess of magic said no one's allowed to cast a spell higher than 9th level between 3.5 and 5th edition.
It's a goddamn genius for that reason.
Yes, but it's not just that. There are mortals out there that literally became stronger than that shackle itself. Like they became stronger than that shackle and were able to cast 12th level spells. And let me tell
Before
you,
or after the ban?
how was it a fucking long process?
Before or after the ban?
Don't know, but I have seen PCs that actually have broken that shackle, and they've said that it is a long and fucking hard process.
Well, I mean, everyone can do whatever they want to in their own campaign. I'm saying in lore, you're not allowed to cast higher than 9th.
I know in lore. I know like in lore they say that, and also in ruling they say that, but there are some DMs out there who have made it like terrifyingly hard to be able to cast a single 12th level spell.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is only one 12th level spell that exists officially, and it's Karsus' Avatar. And Karsus' Avatar literally basically mantled all the power from the goddess of magic and literally used all of the magical weave at once. Which
Literally the
caused
first time
magic
it was
to
used,
stop
it'll fuck up.
working for like 3 days across the entire world.
I see.
Yeah, that's how intense a 12th level spell is. Where it's way beyond the wish.
Yeah. Because the wish spell, because even the wish spell has limits.
Oh yeah, even the wish spell has limits. Also, by the way, Karsus got completely screwed up by that spell because he didn't anticipate just the backlash caused by it. Because something I realized is that the magical weave isn't just for magic; it's also what sustains life on the planet. So when you remove literally all the magic from the planet to do one thing, you can
You're a
imagine
fucking
what that does
moron.
for the life ecosystem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also,
And
the fun thing I do
the
do like,
pituitary
which I
gland
put-
of the Tarrasque was used to fuel Karsus' avatar. That spell. It was a material component in it.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. What were you gonna say, Jaden? I didn't mean to talk over you. I just wanted to explain this thing. I got excited.
I gotta kill these guys. Sorry, you say something. You say what I wanted to say just now.
Do you want to keep going, or?
No, I actually need to get a bit serious now because I'm fighting bosses.
Okay.
I'm forgetting you have your own game that you're playing.
Yeah, you're fine. It's like I actually just have to go to this. Okay, and there you go. All your loot. Okay, what was I going to say again?
I don't remember.
I also forgot.
I couldn't follow anything that was
Yeah.
spoken.
Oh yeah. What I was going to say was, I like the fact that in some D&D campaigns, the DM will allow the players to create their own spells, like edited version of certain spells.
Yeah. I'm allowing that in this current campaign, but for on a lower scale, like for example, I allowed Cadmus to make zappy hands, which is just burning hands, but for lightning damage.
And we're gonna talk more about that later.
And then there's
Like
Comet Storm, which is a what was that?
No, there's the zappy hands, which is basically shocking grass but ranged.
It's basically for Sith lightning. Is what it is.
I like it, okay?
Unlimited
Zappy hand.
power.
Oh god, I'm trying to remember one of the spells that Jaden has, because I think there's what? Fuck, I can't remember. Because I actually have thought of one is Jaden's acidic blade, which it's basically going to be a green flame blade that does like a D8 of extra damage, but it loses its bounce ability. So it can bounce from target to targets.
We could talk about that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And whenever I look at throwing performance, it makes me laugh every time because of the line, seductive fey magic.
I mean, that is what it is. Let's now work out how to summon the Oh yeah, I must summon Zul'Farrak and kill him.
Zul'Farrak? What? Is something Sephiroth or something?
Oh sorry, Guzrilla, which is basically Godzilla as a joke.
Ah,
Hey, don't turn Sephiroth again.
Hit him off in a dungeon, basically. Oh god, I'm frozen. Oh no. But he doesn't deal a lot of damage to me. Just kind of sad. Oh, I'm gonna die for that. Oh, I died.
Part of why I like this True Tarrasque thing is it not only is respectful to the 3.5 version of it, but it also plays a lot into Godzilla lore, and considering the fact that I'm a kaiju nerd as well, I can appreciate it. Like the Flute of the Old King, which is a flute that can summon the Tarrasque. Not friendly to you, but it can just summon it.
No, I love the flute.
Okay, what the hell? Oh, Flame Tongue is there.
I love how basic you said the moment Cadmus sees it, he's a oh shit moment.
Right, because you immediately know what the fuck it is.
It's like, no, nobody fucking touch it or else I'll cut off both your arms.
In one of my worlds, in one of my universes in D&D, there under a town, there is a frozen demon prince.
Oh.
Does this sound familiar?
Yes, you probably know it. Because you were in that universe.
God damn it, was I?
It was, to be exact, I believe it was the one of the demon princes. I can't remember its name properly. I know it was referenced in the horror series Stranger Things. It's like one of the monsters.
Demogorgon.
Demogorgon, yeah. It's the demon prince, the Demogorgon.
Yep. Also, as
And-
Surtur pointed out, yes, if you attune to the flute, gods will send celestials down to try and take it from you like once every 10 days or something.
Not just Celestials. Not just Celestials.
Empyreans,
Solaire.
right. Not just Celestials, Empyreans.
I thought you said Solaire.
No, Empyreans. Solaire is a character from Dark Souls.
I was confused.
Let me check. I'm pretty sure it's Empyrean.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a 10% chance that you attract the attention of a god that sends an avatar to wrest the flute from you. The avatar has the same alignment as its creator and the statistics of an Empyrean. Once it gains the flute, it leaves.
I just like to think that once you play the flute, the Empyrean just appears, just looks at it and is like, no, and just slaps you across the face.
Oh, that's before you play it. That's when you're attuned to it, before you play it. Once you play it, they're never coming back, because, and I quote, once you learn the melody, you may play it on the flute. Upon completing the melody, the flute vanishes, and you are overwhelmed with extreme dread.
Extreme dread.
So, yeah, no, once you play it, you realize you fucked up. The moment you play it.
Yeah. And I love about the ruling of how how everything on the about Tarask, like their entire law is like, yeah, they're the embodiment of fear and death itself. Do not fuck with them. And you just get the players are like, so when are we gonna fight a Tarask?
Right.
It's like, do you want to die?
Right. I mean, it's like, come on now. It's basically freaking Godzilla or SCP-682. You don't want to fight this thing.
Like 682. You don't like. Here's the definition. Like, I don't know why there are people that are like, I could probably take a 682. It's like, even if you think you could, he literally will physically be able to adapt to anything.
Right?
Like, literally, one of the tests in like one of the books, Law, they literally put him in front of the, I think his SCP title is the God of the Sun. Literally put them in the same fucking place, and the god said, I'm out, and just fucking leaves.
Right.
Not just that, they handed him to God.
Yeah.
Yes, that's God, and he responded with, that's not one of my creatures.
They also...
Yeah, and so, no.
Another really ridiculous test they also did is they put him inside of a doorway that leads to a grassy field, and the whole thing is that grassy field and everything that happens in it is part of a story, and they can rewrite the story to make different things happen to the entities inside of it. So they literally wrote him out of the plot that he would fight a creature that's incredibly nice but also has the capability to kill him. And despite that narrative being written, 682 was able to, while within it, completely rewrite his own story to not actually die. He was able to rewrite plot and fate. It's like, you can't fucking kill this guy.
There are so many people who say, like, the stupidest shit and not realize how strong a specific character is. As much as you can say that you think you can kill them, bro, I'd like to see you fucking try, because you will not be able to kill 682. He is impossible to kill.
You want to kill him? Sign up for the D class and go do it. You know, it'll be funny. Stream on YouTube. And that'd probably get flagged immediately on YouTube. But you get my point.
Blood. Yummy.
Yeah, he'll probably just look at them and says, wow, so this is what you're feeding me now. Like, he will not give a shit about you. You're nothing to him.
What the fuck is this thing? I keep trying to save this thing.
She has magical. She has
What are you asking?
Nothing. I was just speaking out
Oh.
loud.
Yeah, one of the abilities of the flute while you're attuned to it is you gain 1d20 hit points at the start of your turn if you have at least one hit point.
Ain't that terrifying to think about?
Yeah, it really is. Why the fudge isn't this showing up?
I almost have everything I need. Hell yes.
Wasn't there, talk about SCP. Wasn't there also the bargain SCP that was asked how much to get rid of SCP-682 without harming the universe or the Foundation or humanity? And the guy just said, "You cannot afford it. Neither does the Foundation."
Yeah.
He will make deals with anything, but he just straight up says, "You can't afford that deal." Not that he can't do it, but that you can't afford it.
Yeah. There's nothing that can be done to stop him.
Right. Keep in mind, the dude will let you sell your soul to him for deals, but he says that there's nothing that can afford, meaning that even a soul is not worth enough. Even the souls of all of humanity is not worth enough to do that.
Yeah.
By
And
the way,
this is
Jaden.
why, like,
Sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
No, I wasn't saying. I was gonna add on to what you said. It's fine.
Okay. Jaden, have you ever heard of 6,820 named termination attempt?
No, I do not believe I did.
Okay, I'm not going to spoil it for you. Go read it. It's really cool, or watch a video on it. But yeah, 6,820 basically. No, I'm not going to spoil it, but it's something that is related to what we're talking about. It's really fucking good, and I think you would enjoy it. Well, maybe it would be enough, but because the person ruled that out. Well, yeah, they did rule out harming humanity, so.
You can be as technical as you want. It's the fact that the guy said you can't afford it.
Right.
Meaning, no matter what the trade is, they can't afford it. It's impossible to afford.
Mm-hmm.
That's that stuff. There we are.
Yeah, there are.
Oh, are you doing something terrifying, Gavus?
Maybe.
Well, at least I could take the shield and take that also out. Put the.
Well, I'll be out for 15 minutes watching that story. Okay, take care. Yeah, go ahead and go watch that story, Surtur. You know what? This is actually a good time for a lunch break. I'm gonna go out get some lunch. Everyone, get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, grab a snack, and we'll return in a bit.
I'm so close to setting up my bill. Oh god, yeah, I need another room. Just remember I need
Nose
another room.
Druidic.
Let me go to fingers. Give me some eye.
Station, Song of Rest, Expertise, Jack of all Trades, Enthralling Performance, Magical Secrets. Did that right? Yes, I did.
I would equip that, but doesn't give me what I want.
Observe it, Medic, Fade Touch, Tough, Leviathan.
What is up with people and just blood forging everything?
It's fun. You need blood.
No, it's not, because you are stuck in PvP and you have to risk losing all your gear every single damn time. It is not fun. It is stupid and a waste of time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go Jade. Ooh, this Jade being sold for 5.
Wild Shape. Where's the action? Go. Next to Counter Charm.
Okay, I need to focus on Duel Craft. Okay, what's the exact stuff I need? Oh, I can craft this aquamarine one, which I'm definitely going to do. Oh yeah, I need my jewelers kit. Wait, how much does aquamarine go for?
Yes. God damn it, why is the rules for Wild Shape so long?
There's a lot of rules to Wild Shape.
Oh, I know. She have a wild That is that, and then I have that coming in soon.
I'm already gonna sell this aquamarine segment. It's like 66 gold. 66 gold. No, 66 gold. What?
Yes, I keep on forgetting that druids have a wild companion buddy.
Some do. You don't have to have that. Okay. Please. Please give me something better on my jewel crafting. God. Oh. Oh. Oh, alright. Yay! I'm gonna get better stuff soon. I gotta focus more onto this one. What's this one called? Oh, I just need one aquamarine for this? Oh, hell yeah. Any more? I'm gonna give myself a bunch of filigree. The aquamarine only goes for like 10 silver, but this. Oh wow, I actually get a. Oh wow, I get a big net gain out of this. Hmm. I'll make the necklace and sell the stuff I have. And see about buying more aquamarines. Possibly. Yes. Thorium, thorium. Ha! Oh! It's gonna take me 9 minutes to make 58 thorium sittings. Okay. Lot of gold though, man. In my hands. Just rank my jewel crafting up though. I mean, it's super easy to get thorium. I just have to get rich thorium, find rich thorium places, which is a lot here. And that's max. Okay, cool. Oh, it gives you 13 spell power, PvE power. I'll make 3 of these. That's fine. I'll just sell them. Oh wait, star rubies go for 50 silver each? Wow. They're quite cheap to get there. Holy shit. Because Heart of the Wild. Simple little ring. Focus. Verify signet. Gives you a random enchantment. There's that one. More thorium as well. I'm making more thorium settings. Got turn screen. Right now, god damn it. What are we making that? feel like that's weird. Well, it's time to get there. I might have to go. Oh no, I should go actually. Bye.
Sleep. I join when he comes back. How wonderful.
Hello, Blue. AKA Hunui. How you doing?
Oh, just woke up.
Ah. Well, welcome to the world of the waking.
Meh. The dragon wants more sleep.
To be fair, don't we all? Anywho, I just came back with lunch. Where did Jaden go?
I have no clue. Jada was not in.
Okay, Fox, are you here?
Probably AFK.
Yeah, Fox is probably AFK for some reason. Okay. I was working on the True Terras stat block when I left. And I decided to leave because Surtur said he was going to leave for 15 minutes to go watch a video. And I'm like, yeah, there's a good opportunity for me to just leave as well and go make lunch. Yeah. Did you have any dreams last night?
Nope.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I've been in the car.
You're
I
in
went
the what?
Something. I left to do something.
Okay. Well, welcome back.
I've never left.
Oh. You said you left to do something.
Flame left to do something.
Oh, Lame left to do something. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Choose once level, first level druid or wizard spell, probably wizard. No. Rate of druidcraft.
Okay.
Tip, touch, spell to tie, and one druid or wizard spell. Let's go.
Okay. Now I have that brand new thing. Now I can drag that onto the map. Ignore the Tarrasque that's on the map, by the way.
Ignore the Tarrasque. The Tarrasque is not for you.
Okay, the Tarrasque is a lie.
Oh god, that image is way bigger than I wanted it to be.
Did you do something sneaky?
What, are you doing the sneaky thing?
Oh no, that doesn't scale off you. Okay.
And putting a new contender in the ring?
No, I was not. I'm stabbing someone.
Okay, I was making a joke to, what's it called? The freaking, Ultimate Custom Night. Why there's phrase Ultimate Custom Night?
Give her sappy hits. Can I get? Sorry, I'm just thinking something out loud.
That's fine.
Because remote access. No. I don't even know what a remote access does.
Why is it so there's a parent's guide to raising a gamer?
Is over 600 years old. She would not know that.
This is. Okay.
You okay there?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
What is Gift of Alacrity?
Gift of Alacrity is really good. I know that.
I'm deciding things for reasons.
Yeah, I'll use the blue one to represent the... Yeah. Okay. Save changes. There we go. Welcome back, Surtur.
Oh, Sarah's back. Wonderful.
Yes. So yeah, now I have the Tarask, Tarask Titan King of Annihilation entry fully finished. If you want to check it out, Cadmus, and let me know how it looks. And now I'm going to start fixing the actual freaking stuff, the stats, the formula, all that jazz. I see.
Yeah, because I know something from Bard. Multi-classing from into Bard
Oh.
is an extra skill.
Yep. By the way, if you're wondering, Hunary, he's standing up a dragon currently.
A dragon that may be more scary than I thought.
Oh,
So
because you fully realize that they get classes, ASI upgrades, and such?
Because I'm like, what happens if I mix together a druid and a bard? Oh no. Or druid. Much more scary than I thought.
That sounds fun. That's my next character. Wait, I have a line of characters now. Shit,
And Surtur just said, I was doing a dumb deep dive. I clicked on a year on the Forbidden Realms wiki about after looking up the 12th level spell, and now I am slowly going through the years. Yep, you're looking up D&D lore. Have fun.
Makes sense, right? A healing elixir? No. No. It's... It'd be funny if she had Tasha's Caustic Brew. Would make sense. I give her sleep.
Okay, instead of showing that, can you show just, the freaking...
Catapult.
HP? What?
Nothing.
Oh, you forgot
I
about
just noticed my
catapult?
wizard spell's catapult, and I just started laughing.
Yeah. Catapult. Catapult a net at the enemy.
Oh, you watched it! If you work it out, you can make a home grade fireball with flour.
And the catapult spell. Well, it's not quite fireball. It's a little weaker than fireball, but yes, I would allow such a thing. You would just need to have someone ready in action to cast firebolt when you launch a bag of flour with catapult at the target, and basically you just spread the damage of catapult out to a 20-foot radius instead of a single target. Is all you're doing.
She has the disguise self.
I am now looking up creator race because I got to the first year of recorded Forbidden Realms history. So you're looking up the Titan race? Have fun with that.
Oh god.
Ooh, the dancer level, a 1 to 90 leveling skill guide for dancer. Yes.
Meanwhile, Blue is playing Endwalker in the background.
I'm not
No,
playing
I'm just-
Endwalker at all. I'm still lying in my bed.
Okay.
I am a sleepy dragon right now.
You are a sleepy dragon, or you have
Yes.
a sleepy dragon?
I am a sleepy dragon right now. I'm many things.
My brain is an enigma. Sorry. I
Yes.
do
What the
Patrick.
heck? There's PayPal.
100, 1,000. So At
What the
maximum.
heck is Jim's magic? Oh yeah, that stupid thing.
Yeah, it's literally a stupid thing. 50 D20.
Ooh, mage armor.
You remember how mage armor works in my campaign, right?
Is it still scaled off of Dex modifier?
It's 10 plus dex plus casting modifier.
Oh.
Yeah, it's basically unarmed defense, but for mages.
Bug? Would you be upset if that's her first level spell that she chose?
Nope. I would not be upset. Because that's logical. I'm clearly planning on doing from negative 35,000 DR to minus 339 DR, because that's when the 12th level spell happens. Yeah. Oh god. So 1,000, so 1,640. Got it. That would be the HP of the Tarask. 1,640. I'll say, it's like, what the heck's going on there? So yeah, I'm just working on editing up these stats to actually be accurate for the Tarask.
Would skill be a skill proficiency, or would skill be... Oh.
What about you, Blue? I assume you're just looking things up currently?
No, I'm typing with my mods.
Ah,
She
okay.
has light armor, medium armor, shields.
There's some
Does she
knocking.
wear
What
that
sounds like
armor?
knocking. Was it rooftop work? I can't tell. No, someone should be up at this time. It's currently 9:52. Oh yeah,
Don't
that's
forget you're
Duel.
3 hours behind me.
I hear a phone call.
Нет. You know, but look at that. Sorry about that. Everything's good.
So are you naturally Russian?
Half Russian, half Ukrainian.
Okay. I did not know this.
And born in America.
Cool. Perfectly fine by me. I've just never personally known a Russian person.
I'm more chill than you think.
Yeah, you seem pretty chill.
Being chill is nice.
Mm-hmm. I forgot the True Tarask has a blind sight to 180 feet. Dear God. Wow. Its challenge rating is so high that the XP calculation doesn't even have a calculation for it. It just says 0.
We get a free level up.
Right. Like
Or two. We get 3 free level ups.
It's like if you beat this thing, the campaign's over. You get all the level ups. No.
Okay.
That was
Depending
a joke,
on our current level,
Travis.
you get so many level ups.
You're still gonna die.
So is there anything that you want to talk about related to your character, Final Fantasy 14, or anything?
I'm sorry. I skipped that question I was reading. What was that?
I said, is there anything you want to talk about your character in D&D, or talk about Final Fantasy 14 or whatever?
Plans related to my character. Yeah, I probably might be joining the lore faction just to get access to their knowledge.
Makes sense to me. They're one of the most unique factions in Guardiana.
Bug question.
Oh?
The multiclassing bard thing says you have one skill of your choice. Is that proficiency?
Yes.
Oh no.
It is indeed a proficiency.
Oh, that's good.
God, it's actually supposed to be bigger.
Let's see. Things that I can't think of anything else I want to say in D&D. Final Fantasy 14. Well, that's a can of worms.
Yeah, if you want to talk about Endwalker, you can just go ahead and start talking about Endwalker.
Sometimes some parents are just like, no, we have a duty in living that's place to do. Go away.
Makes sense to me.
Parents totally being like, I can do things, don't care if the husband doesn't care about it. The husband's not supposed to know about this visit, okay?
Right.
Oh, it's done on charisma. Okay.
Music is amazing. Battle theme is a bit more chill than Shadowbringers, which is really nice.
Are you enjoying it so far?
Am I enjoying it? Yes. I haven't even talked about the other half because at the beginning of every single expansion there's always a split MSQ path that you have to do both of them to proceed.
Oh.
And then the other one, Alchemists.
Oh, cool. Is that a new class?
I guess liking dragons is one way to put it. Like everyone's knocked out on the ground, probably from exhaustion. Guys, I got new dragon scales. They got new scales. Yes. Meanwhile, the dragoon. Oh boy, I'm interested. Meanwhile, every alchemist. Sir, is that dragon blood on your weapon? Haven't you been infused with dragon blood? Wait, no.
Right.
And they just drag him off.
There we go. Plus 14 to insight. Oh no. She now a threat.
Keep in mind, Cadmus, if you look on the screen, on the D&D Roll20 screen, that's the intended size of the Tarrasque. That's actually to scale.
My god, she almost has as much health as it. Oh god.
Ooh, doo, 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 doo. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
No. That is terrifying.
Yep. Yes, in fact, that is a 5x5 grid.
Oh, she has chill touch, spare
Wait,
dying, and
I forgot. Actually, no,
Casual
sorry. It's supposed to be
Eureka
one size bigger than
shenanigans.
that. This is how it's supposed to look. It's supposed to be a 30x30 grid. I forgot about that. It's a 6x6. Because it's colossal size, which is a size that does not normally exist in 5e, but it existed back in 3.5, and that's how big colossal creatures are.
oh my god, I'm still not standing her upright.
Indeed.
Got the background gives more.
You always gotta remember the background exists.
Survival can go higher.
He's currently standing up a dragon right now, Henry.
A dragon has a passive perception of 51.
A dragon that's part of its backstory.
Why
will
does
not-
it have a passive perception of 51?
Because. Funny.
Reasons.
This is where I went. Oh, it's funny when I start out. Druid Bard.
You see why the normal game does not allow beyond level 20 characters of multi-classing.
I could see 615 HP.
I mean, granted, that's stacking on top of the dragon's normal HP, but still. Question, Henry. Do you feel dragons are as strong as they should be in my campaign, or no? Do you feel they're too strong?
They feel extremely strong.
But the question is, do they feel too strong?
Ooh. I have no clue yet. We have not faced a dragon yet.
True.
Also, you're doing it as like if a player ended up playing as an actual dragon, so stats are gonna get wonky. Like, wonky. And plus they're beyond 20th level is what we've been creating.
Yeah.
She has a survive.
For reference, by the way, an adult dragon typically is 20th level. In reference.
Fair enough. Oh my goodness, were we facing 20th level class people? Oh god.
If you
See,
fight
I wish one
dragons,
was
yes.
higher.
That gives you an idea of what the dragon hunters often fight. They fight dragons with those amount of class levels.
Bug?
Yeah?
Your survival became a 31.
Okay. I say again, what is she ever going to use that for?
I don't know. That's what scares me.
Yeah, we'll make her take a survival check. Just go see if she can hunt game.
Yeah, let's make her take a survival check. She expertises it.
It's
What?
like,
She gets a 30. She gets a 50.
right. It's
She
like
brings back a whole 5-course meal.
when trying to make a campfire, she ended up making a forest fire.
Oh, come on, she won't do that.
No, I mean accidentally, just because of how much she tried. Yeah.
It's like, I'm tired. I'm gonna go hunt. Roll me with disadvantage. How's this 30 number for you? You still get food.
Yep.
What's
Yeah.
my passive? You... You know, an idea I've been having is doing an actual campaign where we play as dragons.
Right? I mean, you could do that.
If my character dies, can I play a dragon?
Sure. You
Just
want to play
wait
as
for-
one of your dragon brothers?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll allow it. You can be a young dragon in the party.
People like, he's made so busted. Me, I'm a dragon. Dragon hunters are gonna come after me. We have more enemies now. Wait, right?
Yep. Well, technically, since you'd be a metallic dragon, they probably shouldn't be hunting you, but they'll probably end up hunting you anyway.
Yes, just bring them to justice.
For reference, by the way, evidently the Tarrasque is an innate spellcaster and can cast a plane shift spell at will on itself.
So you can't get it with a bag of holding and a bag of holding.
Not only that, if you try to send it to another plane, it will just come back.
It's like, hi.
Right. It's like SCP-682. You just can't get rid of him permanently, and he will always adapt.
How skilled are you in an herbalism kit? Proficiency plus proficiency plus proficiency plus proficiency.
How are you getting 4 proficiencies?
I don't know. There's like 4 separate things. It's like, oh, you gain proficiency in an herbalism kit.
That just means that you gain 1. That just means that you only gain the proficiency once.
Oh.
Don't go overboard now.
Oh, trust me, I'm not.
Interesting.
This is an herbalism kit. A whole entire forest just spawns.
What did you find interesting, Henry?
Off topic. So the official Pokemon YouTube channel has been posting posts on YouTube. The latest being, well, a day ago. Hisuian Zora and Zorok in your timeline must be an illusion.
Yes.
Interesting. While you're here, do you want to plug your stuff?
Hey,
Yes.
YouTube, I have a Twitch and Discord. My Twitch is Blue Draconics 381. I am not over on Twitch, so I can't type it in. Doesn't matter. You can find me over streaming every other day on Twitch. The weekends I do D&D campaigns, mostly Pokemon.
Oh,
Yes. And
nature
Yeah.
state upgrade.
you want all my announcements, if you want all this fun news and possibly hang out with a growing community, head over to my Discord. I have a second Discord for my my Pokemon campaigns. If you ever want to join,
Yep. Blue is also in my Discord. If you want to check out my Discord, come by the bug nest.
and
I'm also a person. Hi.
Yes, Box is also here. He is a
He is
co-DM
also-
in my campaign.
he is also a player in my campaign.
Oh, that reminds me. Hey, Blue,
Yes,
do you also want to be a co-DM in the oncoming storm?
I mean with what you've been sharing with me, it almost sounded like I was.
Well, I'd allow it just because of the fact that you directly bought books that have helped the campaign.
Bleps.
That's
Fair
as well.
enough.
I didn't want to just thrust it on you if it's not something you care about or want.
Giving input on ideas is nice.
Same. I agree.
Then yeah, I'll promote you to a GM. There we go. So now you should be able to lead. Oh, actually, you're not in Roll20 anyway. But when you eventually enter Roll20, you should be able to enter as a GM and see all the secret stuff I have just lying around.
Sounds interesting.
But yeah,
I'll probably during the sessions be using the player view.
I figured.
Same. Don't look at anything right now that you don't want to.
He's not even going to get on here. He's busy laying in bed looking
Good.
at stuff.
I'm tempted to pull up a 32-minute video and watch it right now.
What 32-minute video is that?
The new dancer leveling guide.
If you want to do that and just tune us out, that's fine with me.
Cool. Okay, Henry's gonna now put his beak in a book.
Okay.
His beak is now stuck again.
Okay.
I don't know why he does this.
Why the heck is there just this table for
1,
French
2, 3, 4.
names?
I don't know
What
why.
the?
There's a rollable table on Roll20 for French names.
Bridge! Bonjour!
No hablo en francés.
Mi español muy pico.
No hablo español.
Yo no sé cómo hablas español. Tú es un mucho abierto.
It's funny how the only way I know how to say I don't speak French in another language is to say it in Spanish, even though I also don't speak Spanish.
I speak French, I speak Spanish, I randomly learn languages and I'm like a sponge with it for some reason.
So you have the linguist trait. Got
In real life, apparently, yes.
it. Do you also
Damn.
make secret ciphers and codes so you can teach other people?
Yes, as a kid, I used to do that.
Okay then.
Neat.
Kind of piss little thing? Yeah, there is. Liner. Okay.
By the
Okay.
way, I know it's not in the new editions, but back in the older editions, people straight up made resources to allow you to like read and write in like Draconic in real life. Like actual translators and
Oh.
stuff.
Oh, yes, I know. The heck just does the finest. Oh.
Oh god, I forgot how high this thing can jump. So, you see how big this Tarask is. Now think about the fact that it can jump up to 120 feet in the air.
Oh, I know.
I did not know that. That's terrifying. And I will say, if things go as I planned them, at some point, Hoonery, you guys are going to fight this thing at some later session.
Ah, he is in here.
In some capacity.
I know.
I just have no idea when that will be. And hopefully it won't be for like 20 or so sessions.
I'm sorry, I was just laughing that I
sweating.
was just laughing that I didn't know a certain name was on the elf's name table.
Ah. Which one is that? Finreal?
No, Varys.
Ah, Varys, yeah.
I was about to say, please let his last name be on there too. Oh, that always makes me laugh. That always makes me laugh. She finally gets standing upright. She's a monster, but yes.
A 28, that's a high deception score.
I don't need to roll anything for her. I'll hide it. I'll hide it.
He just randomly clicked all the tables.
Listen, I panicked. Why did you fool that? Person's one of our lowest.
So you know how like raid bosses and MMOs tend to have like DPS checks as a boss mechanic?
Yes.
The Trask is one of those too. You wanna know what its DPS check is?
Oh boy.
60 hit points at the start of its turn. So, yeah, you need to be doing more than 60 damage to it every round between the entire party for it to even matter.
Well, at that level, why wouldn't we be? Oh, spells. It's like, oh, we would have ran out of spells.
Right, also he's immune to all spells of 7th level or lower.
Not immune to hammer.
You're gonna walk up and try and... Oh, good luck!
Break his toe.
I will say, however, a Tarrasque does have weakness, if you can find it.
Is it more than the just give HP absorption, it's swallowed by it, and then attack?
No, it actually this version actually ignores that because it ignores all resistances and immunities that the targets have.
Oh.
So, no, that trick doesn't work on this thing. It will just straight up eat and kill the clay golem.
Throw a bomb inside.
It'll
We'll
probably just
eat that and
digest the
absorb
bomb.
it.
Oh.
Though, there is actually a weakness, and that's if you get underneath it, its underbelly does not have the magic immunity the rest of its body has. And it also has a lot lower AC in its underbelly. So you could potentially damage it more if you target its underbelly, but that requires you to be beneath it.
Wow, I was right by going up close to it with a hammer.
Yeah, but, I mean... Going beneath this thing is also suicidal in many ways, but then again, facing this thing at all is suicidal.
Alright, we need to knock it over. Someone get a giant banana peel.
Yeah. Colossal. Any large or smaller creature can enter or share the Tarrasque space. Moving through the space of a large or smaller creature is not considered difficult terrain for the Tarrasque. A creature that enters or ends its turn in the Tarrasque space is immediately subjugated to the subjected to the Tarrasque trample. A creature can only be affected by trample once per turn. A creature in the Tarrasque space can use a ranged attack to target the Tarrasque's softer underbelly. AC 30, no effective carapace, no limited magic immunity. So it still has to be a ranged attack because of how high up it is. You wouldn't be able to just walk up with a hammer unless you just throw the hammer at it, which I guess if you have the ability to throw it, you could do that.
Okay.
Are you muted, Box?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I expected you to say something to that.
I was just in disbelief.
Yeah. This thing is the
AC-30.
actual end game. This is the Godzilla of D&D. This is the SCP-682 of D&D.
This is only a 30 creature.
This is like,
Yeah.
even if you're a party of 9 level 20 characters, you're probably going to get team party killed by this thing. You need more than that to fight this thing. Realistically.
I'm sorry, I missed the part where it says it can make 5 attacks.
What, the Tarrasque?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
It can
Maybe
make
it can
5
take
attacks.
5.
Oh, are you looking at the original page? Oh, wait, no, you're looking at the message I posted. Right.
Yeah. take 5 legendary actions?
Mm-hmm. And remember, legendary actions are taken at the start or end of other people's turns. And they recharge at the start of his turn. So yeah. Also, alternatively, you can replace any one of the 5 attacks with the spine attack, which is a ranged attack, meaning it actually has a ranged weapon. It can shoot spines at you.
There's a... Why? Plus 25 to hit? Oh, God!
This is why I said I'm not sure if Silvestro can actually 1v1 this thing. Even with all of Silvestro's stats.
Welcome to what I said. So the Tarrasque will win, but not after a hard fight.
I don't even know if Brishnox at full power could beat one of these things in 1v1 combat.
I don't even know if the dragon the other person I'm standing up has a chance.
I mean, considering that person that you're standing up is weaker than Brishnox and Silvestro, probably not. If they don't stand a chance. Okay, to be fair, they do stand a chance. It would just be I don't know who wins because it's honestly a close fight.
You have one that's powerful and fighting, and you have one that's a powerful diplomat.
Yeah.
And then there's just Cadmus, who's just like, I'm here.
Right? You try to run up with a hammer, and the Tarrasque just goes squish.
Ooh, we still have to set up the other person related to the other person related to the other person.
Also, before you say chill touch, look at restorative existence, Cadmus.
God damn it! You took away the one idea that I thought of!
Yeah, you cannot stop this thing's regeneration no matter what you do.
Which is like, oh fuck, at least I've chill touch. No! Once again, I'm sorry if I'm cursing on your stream.
Oh, it's fine. There's almost no one. There's no one in the actual stream chat currently. Also, you're Russian, so that makes more sense now.
Я знаю это.
No
Почему я очень хорошо на это.
No offense, by the way, Fox.
Не, я знаю это. Это очень хорошо.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Nah, I get it. That's very good.
Okay.
Coonery, I need to learn this Russian language. Krasoga starts speaking gibberish. Meanwhile, Krasoga starts speaking gibberish.
I have never
Coonery.
actually tried to learn another language before. I don't know why, I've just never been super interested in it.
I had to do it because of credits and such, and thinking I need to go to college. College is not exactly needed. It depends on what you're going for.
Right, which is part of the reason why I knew that basically college wasn't for me. And I just never went to college. Kids watching this at home go to college, but personally, I never went to college.
We recommend going to college.
Yep.
If you find out it's not for you,
And
then
school.
Though, don't
school
put
is mandatory.
Though, to be fair, don't put yourself in debt just to go to college. If it would put you into deep debt, then I would say don't bother. That's my personal opinion. Because even if you do get a better job from it, the hole you're going to have to be digging yourself out of will outweigh any of the benefits that you gain from it, in my opinion. I don't know. What do you two think about that? That's kind of a hot take.
People choose whatever they choose. Just do things that are the best for your current situation, best for you.
Mm-hmm. That's a good way to put it.
Wait a second. What? What? What?
Runery.exe does not compute? Question mark.
Hurry.exe has watched something insane.
Oh, what did you watch?
Hi. Okay. Just the clips on wait, was I asked a question?
Yes, I asked what you saw.
Oh, well, I
That's
saw.
reason-
Clips on the new Ultimate in Final Fantasy XIV of people progressing.
Oh, cool.
Yes. I will be doing that one day. I say one day because I will suffer in it.
I should. Where did I put that note? No. Where did I put that note? There.
Okay. Now back to watching. Nope, wrong app. Now
Here
back
it
to watching.
Oh, right. No, I put it in there. That's what it was. Yeah, the monsters trait. Forgot about that one. Please, system, stop lagging for a second. I get it. You're tired. I'm doing a lot of things at once. Can you please stop lagging? I think my browser might have entirely frozen. Wait, no, it didn't. Okay, cool. It fixes up. Do, 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 do.
Oh, of course, that's a thing. Okay. Need to write that in, and yes, he has da 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 and da da da.
Good. Good basic knowledge.
Or these are the county studies.
Something important to remember, by the way, is that the Tarrascan dragons as well, because they are so large, their natural weapons count as monstrous weapons. And do you remember what the rule about monstrous weapons are?
Yes.
They have
Oh,
that.
boy.
They have that property applied on them now.
DM buffing up the players. Players thinking, all right, things are gonna be nice now. DM, I'm also
Oh.
buffing up the enemies a bit.
A bit.
Now, yes. Now let me go back to dancing. Bye.
Goodbye. Bye bye. And this is what I told you guys at the start of the campaign, too. Anything that you get for your own stuff, that's fine. I'll also use it for enemy NPCs.
Oh, believe me, I'm fully aware of this. I like it.
Oh, you're so stuck in at this point that you fully see the machinations of my madness.
You've seen mine too.
Yes, and you've given me plenty of great ideas. All of you have. That's why I just kind of laugh when people say, "Don't give me ideas," and I'm like, "Do you know how many ideas you guys have given me? I might as well contribute back."
Not a bad thing about well,
Oh, right, this is the bite. I forgot this was actually the bite. Oh, wait, since this is the bite, that actually wouldn't apply in this case. Never mind. Well, I guess it would still technically apply. But it's like, despite all of this, Sentinel person can still stop in his tracks somehow.
I thought you said Sentinel was banned.
Sentinel's not banned.
Oh. Oh, I keep...
Not only is it not banned, one of the player characters has it, aka Surtur.
Oh, yeah.
He used it in his session 1 fight. I just mentioned it's ridiculous. It's broken. I didn't say it was banned, though. It's fine. Speaking of Surtur, hello, Surtur. Welcome back. We were just talking about you. Because we were talking about the Sentinel feat. And I mentioned the fact that, yeah, there's someone in the campaign that has that feat, currently. You're the one that reminded me Sentinel plus Polar Master is a thing. Yes, I was the one that pointed out that was a thing, because it's a really good combo. I just forgot how... I forgot the fact that Polar Master allows you to do it when they enter your range, instead of just leaves it. Now I'm just imagining that you pick up monstrous weaponry training at some point, and it's like, suddenly I can do it from 15 feet away now. Because I'm wielding an even larger polearm. Sorry, that what you just did reminded me of that song.
Don't mind me, I'm just thinking of something.
That's fine. You made me think of the Willy Wonka song.
I am not upset over that.
Come with me, and we'll see. We'll be in a world of pure imagination. I mean, that's kind of what D&D is.
Acceptable.
8 plus 15.
And then I'm thinking of giving it that.
Oh yeah, I should do that. See, I'm even giving Surtur ideas now. I pointed out to him that, yeah, you can get an even bigger polearm to get even more reach.
Ooh, he could swim into there. I'm sorry. This is how I plan.
Oh, it's fine. Dude, you and I plan the exact same way, and I'm totally fine with that.
You can give higher and keep forgetting. What happens if you do something like that? Oh. If you give it small brain and smart. Then you still you could technically do that, can you?
If the DM allows it. That's the golden rule of this stuff.
That's the one thing. We're going to talk about somebody later.
Yep.
Because I think I have the things planned for him already. Although you decided the trigger. I already planned the things for him.
Yeah, to be fair, Tunnel Fighter is what makes it really busted because of the fact that it allows free opportunity attacks. So it's not so much Polar Master Sentinel, it's the fact that Tunnel Fighter lets you do free opportunity attacks. Now I'm just thinking of if Surtur was standing in the cave, he could just hold off not only everyone in the cave, but all of the soldiers that tried to enter the cave. He could also hold them off if he wanted to. No one can get in or out. Oh, God, that's funny. Because I believe the cave entrance is like 10 feet wide. So, yeah, you could read the entire entrance.
No!
I'm sure that already gives you ideas, Cadmus.
You and I both talked about that.
Now that's tanking. Yeah, that's pulling aggro in an MMO right there. That's funny. And here's the thing, if they don't have attacks that can reach farther than 10 feet, what the heck are they gonna do? What are you gonna do? Sorry, that was a bad reference. Is someone clicking gears?
I was typing. I didn't know you could actually hear me typing.
I can hear you typing. But I also saw the one thing on my stat sheet close and then open again. I was like, wait a minute. Is someone else?
Oh, I didn't touch that. I did not touch that. I looked at that for a second and I'm like, I should not touch it.
Okay. I mean, you could read over what I'm doing, but it's the same thing in that one document, so. Okay. That's why I said what I said, because I thought you had touched it.
I have more respect than that.
Okay. It's not your amount of respect I was concerned about. It's your amount of restraint.
I have restraint. Sometimes.
Sometimes. Mister, I like to spoil things early.
I did not say anything early. No.
Says with a guilty conscience. I'm just teasing, you know that.
I hear nothing.
I know you hear nothing, because you're a good little bird. And a good little Dirk as well.
Thank you.
Why does it always ignore the P? I'm trying. Any eye. It's like I was trying to put piercing down. It just it went piercing instead of piercing. It just ignored the P for some reason.
I know. God damn it, now it got it with a D for me. Someone said, I was telling someone they're dead, and I almost said their head.
Their head. Now that's a lot of damage. I don't know why that made me think of that. Oh, so I meant to do. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, stop doing that. Thank you.
I'm just thinking you have a soulbound beast with mimicry. You basically have Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Yeah. The things I do for love. I like Courage. As a kid, I didn't like Courage, but as I'm older, I like Courage.
Where's my... I need to drag my tail out of bed.
I didn't do it already. I already did.
Indeed. Also, Hoonery, you missed earlier the hilarity that is red caps.
You can show.
I'm not going to show him. I'm just going to let him think about that.
I have no clue what that is.
Okay then. For reference, by the way, one of the Terras attacks is a 30-foot range melee attack. Let that sink in.
I hope we don't fight the Terras before things are completed.
No, you're not sitting in Tarask at the moment of session.
By the way, I don't think you've actually done your dragon to full potential because their claws should actually have a longer reach.
Yep.
Our claws should have a longer reach. Interesting.
Because they're large size weapons. Anyway, that's besides the point. I haven't fully figured out the details on those. On that specific thing, because I know how it scales for weapons, but I'm not sure exactly how I'll do it for natural weapons. If you don't know what the rule is for regular weapons, by the way, Hoonery, for every size category larger a natural weapon, for every size category larger a weapon is made. So, for example, a Naginata made for a medium character compared to one made for a large character. It increases the range of the weapon by either 5 feet if it's a melee weapon, or it doubles the range if it's a ranged weapon.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Huge sized crossbows have very long range.
Oh, I'm having fun.
I'm gonna deafen myself for some things. Be right back.
Okay, take care.
I'm having fun just joking around right now.
Okay.
I'm giving him. Adorable or smart? Adorable or smart? Smart or adorable? Adorable.
Oh, you're designing that thing. Okay.
I'm designing Raju.
Well, I said that thing to be,
I keep on forgetting I'm on a stream.
You're on a stream, yes.
What?
That's fine. They're going to be revealed in a few sessions anyway, and Hoonery is not even here to pay attention. The only person
The next session or the session after that? Got it.
What was that?
Either next session or session after that. Got it. But that's why I want to kind of build it up slightly.
Yeah. Also, the only person who could have probably heard that is Surtur, and I don't think he really cares about knowing, and he doesn't have any context on what Raju means, so... Other than it's a name.
I like the name.
I know, but my whole point is he's not the type of person to pry on names.
I just also noticed that technically, when we get into the water, aquatic is an evolution that's useful.
Yes, indeed.
Ooh.
Oh, speaking of, hello, Surtur.
Oh wow, that's loud.
Loud? Apologies.
Nah, it's just I didn't realize that I put the stream not at max volume like I normally do, so my computer volume was higher than it should. Then I joined here, and it's just like, oh, right. I increased the computer volume instead of the Twitch volume, so now everything else is louder.
Right. Sorry about that.
I mean, I'm the one that made that took the silly solution.
What's a silly solution again?
Increase the volume of the Hoonery. Increase the volume of the computer instead of the volume of Twitch when the only thing you were listening was Twitch.
Oh.
What did the cave look like, actually?
Cave.
The Basilisk Cave.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up right here. Where the heck? Let me pull it up. Actually, I believe I do have a command written that can let you move there. Is it?
There's probably a command, but you didn't put it in the notes, at least yesterday when I checked.
Oh, I forgot to put that in the
Prob-
notes. Okay.
Probably because you didn't want us to just wander around the entire cave.
Right,
Oh,
well,
there's a reason.
I removed all the enemies from it, so you won't be able to find anything.
Okay.
But yeah, it would just, navigate the cave sort of thing. That would be the only reason. Is like, oh hey, blah blah blah.
Yeah. Which I guess it makes sense. You don't really know the layout of the cave except that tiny part we went through.
Exactly. But if we look at that tiny part that you went through,
Gotcha.
okay. Well, it's probably going to happen at the end of not the next session, but the session after. So
I know.
I'm waiting for this thing to load. This map is laggy in general, and it's mainly just because of the dynamic lighting. I'm honestly tempted to just kind of not do that, which is kind of sad, but what do you think about that, Surtur? Were you experiencing any lag last time?
Not really, I don't think so. Should go check.
Because I know the map takes a while to load, but while actually on the map, okay. Yeah, as you can see, I removed all the enemies from this map. Yeah, this section right here is the mouth of the cave. I'll send you a screenshot of that in.
Ignore the Tarask.
What was that?
Ignore the Tarask.
Oh, yeah. The Tarask is just a thing that I'm messing with currently. It is not actually in the forest.
Oh, yeah.
The giant creature standing right there. It's going to be removed by the time of the session. What is your passive?
Yeah. I wanted to have an idea of what the cave looked like for the alarm spell I wanted to cast on it.
Yep. Well, there you go. That's an idea of what the cave looks like.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that little dot represents the sunlight coming in from outside.
Okay.
Also, the other reason why I put it there was just because that way you guys know where to place your miniatures. If that makes sense. Because otherwise the entire screen will be in shadow, and how would you be able to tell where to place your guys, other than arbitrarily on the map?
Yeah.
So I do that, and I did. That's not what I meant to do.
Okay. So because it's too wide, that dumb thing I had won't work well. Okay.
You remember? Well, you're talking about the alarm spell.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it work well? Can it cover like a 10-foot square?
Yeah, it can. It's just that I was thinking, oh hey, what if okay, how do I access my favorited page on Firefox? Oh, I didn't favorite it. Okay, makes. Yeah. So I was thinking, if it's one wide, if it's only one wide, I could just like I don't know because we're talking about ready action catapult yesterday. I could just have a ready action catapult of. Clearly, I'm looking outside, so if someone walks in, I would know. But if I get the ping of the alarm because someone from inside comes out, it's probably going to be those creatures. So I was thinking, if it's only one wide, I could have a readied catapult to shoot in that direction. I can't see the target, but I was just informed there was someone there that triggered the ping. So I have, and if it's one wide, well, I could just place it to travel in that direction, but it's too wide, so it won't work as well.
Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I can see what you're talking about now.
Yeah, I could just shoot in a straight line from outside, especially if it's one wide, then it would encounter what I assume would be a hostile creature from the cave.
To be fair, there is that one section there that is almost one wide, but it's like around the bend a little bit. It's not the mouth of the cave.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to play something like there, that could if you could like find an angle where you can sit, where you can reach into there with a catapult spell, I'd say that would be your best bet. And I'd allow that if you could figure out an angle of how to do that.
Yeah, and given that we have, even after me cooking all this thing that I planned, I would still have 3 hours. So figuring out the angle, I feel in 3 hours it's reasonable to assume I don't have to make a check or something, and I would be able to find it. Oh, hey, I can see there. It's narrow. My alarm spell reaches there. It works.
I will make you take a stealth roll, but that's about it.
Oh, yeah. Which is why I was like, if it's at the entrance, yeah, but then if I need to go in the cave, I might just trigger it early.
Right, you might.
Which, I don't know how that would work for session 2. Like, okay, well, we planned those things to do from, 3 to 9, but then I tried doing that thing, and you failed this, and you got a 1 on the stealth check, and there wasn't a guy with Pass Without Trace that time. So when we start session 3, discard what you put for 7 to 9 hours because it's happening earlier because someone wandered in the cave.
Right. Either that, or it's like, oh hey, everyone ignored you for 3 hours and so you just fought this thing by yourself. Yeah, weird things happen like that sometimes. Like, for example, in the downtime between session 1 and 2, there was a robbery in the middle of the town that, everyone heard about.
But it was over in, 2 turns, so people that heard about it but weren't at that specific place just didn't do anything about it.
Right, exactly. Mm-hmm. That is exactly how it happened.
Yeah, this is why I really wanted to know the specific entrance, because I'm like, if it's narrow 20 feet away, I'd have to wander in the cave and bad things could happen.
Right. What's the range of the alarm spell?
60.
Oh, then you
no,
could
not 60, 30. 30. I confuse
30.
it with catapult. 30.
Okay, so you could realistically stand outside the cave, and as long as you're not more than 15 feet outside the cave, you could still cast it into that spot without having to go into the cave.
I'll have to open it and check the spot that you're talking about at this point. Okay, it's because I kept going at it. It's not in my favorites, but it's not in my bookmarks, but it is. But it's the first thing that appears when I click on the search.
Yep. Also,
sorry, I arrived. I arrived to the page, and the very first thing I see is the double Tarrasque.
Yeah. Also, I just added in the cave network to the movable maps, though keep in mind it has a lot of lag.
Yeah.
But yeah, triple terrace. There's 3 terraces here.
Yeah. I was zoomed in just big enough so the 2 terrace would fill the entire vertical space of the screen.
Alright.
I was zoomed in to have 10 squares, so what I saw is big terrace, slightly smaller terrace.
Yeah, one looking more terrifying than the other.
Yes.
That's the mother and child.
No, there is only a singular Tarrasque. The other one is a pale copy of Maid's Maid trying to copy a Tarrasque.
Oh.
That's my
What did
my
you-
official lore on it. You know how like there's Godzilla and then there's all those kaijus trying to be Godzilla?
Mm-hmm.
The 5th edition Tarrasque, quote unquote, is those kaijus trying to be Godzilla, whereas this is the real Godzilla.
When you add a map like that, don't you have to do something to like reload the script or something?
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll go ahead and do that now.
Yeah, I tried
Wait.
it and it didn't work, so I was like, oh, it's probably that.
Yeah, it's probably that. Thank you. I completely forgot about that fact. Alright. Dungeon Alchemist, no. Rollable table, no. Map change. Here we go. Save script. Okay, map change ready. Spinning up new sandbox. No existing sandbox. Loading character sheet. Loading translation. Roll20 environments. Map change ready. There you go.
Okay,
It should
let's
now
try
work.
it again. Yay, loading! And then I'll go take a 1-minute break for it to load.
Yep, it'll probably take that long.
Yeah.
Also, I'm sorry for missaying your name all the time. In game.
Oh.
I keep calling you Clockwise, even though your character's name is Clockworth.
What the hell?
So I just officially put in it as like Clockworth brackets Clockwise because I keep accidentally nicknaming you that. God decrees that's now a nickname for you. I only say that because Zokoride has the joke of just he calls me God for some reason.
Because you essentially are.
in this campaign, maybe. That moment when you delete something and have no way to get it back.
Oh, there we go. That really did take a lot of lag.
I don't think that's how days work. Sorry, I'm just laughing at the. There's an offer for like, oh hey, the first few summons cost less, and every 3 multi summons you do in Dokkan, you get a 4th free one.
Right.
And it only lasts for 294 hours, and then I see at the bottom only 5 days, and I'm like,
That does not compute. in my head.
240 hours is 10 days. There's more than 240 hours. How is there only 5 days?
Right. It's like, game, what are you doing? You're drunk. Go home. Someone should recheck their math. Oh, right. It's not in there. It's in downloads. Right.
Nah, it's.
Yeah, I did screw something up. You were saying, Campus?
I think I'm just doing something silly to permanent reveal area.
What are you doing?
Look at the stat sheet. Give the traits. I give it traits.
Why did you give it traits? Lights up the world to be the light of everyone's life. Very bright. Okay, then. Thank you for that one.
Okay. It's just lower thing that's funny. Okay.
Yeah. The only way I could have an area revealed is if I made a character that everyone can see and edit and use. So, yeah, that's the reason why that exists.
Yeah, I always wondered why permanent reveal area was a character.
Right. Well, that's why. It's because that's the only way I can make a certain section of the map always revealed with dynamic lighting. It's dumb, but it's the only way I could figure out how to do it.
Yeah, it truly reminds me when I sometimes of the weird ways when we're programming things, of the weird ways we would try to fix an issue.
It reminds me of the TF2 fact that there is a watermelon picture in the code that if you remove it, TF2 no longer runs.
It's watermelons.
And the editor note on it is, sorry, no, it's not a watermelon, it's a coconut. It's a coconut. And the editor note on it is, I don't know what the fuck this thing is or why it's here, but if I try to remove it, everything breaks, so I guess I have to keep it here. Oh, programming is hilarious.
Yes, sometimes we've had moments in programming of, why does this work now?
Right? Why does it work now? It didn't work every previous time. Why is it working now?
Yeah.
I've had that happen so many times too. Go on.
There's only one thing that's scarier than not knowing why your program crashes. It's not knowing why your program stopped crashing.
Right. Not knowing why it suddenly works. That reminds me of the release of Final Fantasy VII. You remember how like Final Fantasy VII has like a bunch of bugs and stuff, and I probably mentioned this before, but the reason why is because they were having a very, very hard time even making the game run at all, and they couldn't build a stable version, and they were behind schedule until finally a fluke happened, and they happened to have a stable version, and they're like, you know what, fuck it, ship it out as is. It's stable, it will run, we'll sell this as is. So they didn't bother to take out the debug room or fix any of the glitches. No, nope, they're just sending it as is.
Now it works. I don't know if we'll get another chance before release date. Let's send it like that.
Right. Exactly. That totally reminds me of the programming stuff that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. My favorite programming story still comes from the first semester, and that when I was in college.
Oh.
It was. Since it was the first semester, we were starting to get like very basic things on how to program, and this was the very first time that we were doing something with loops.
Ah.
And my neighbor that I knew from high school, that the person was sitting right beside me, decided to look up, okay, because the program was just in console, because, you know, basic stuff, we don't need to have an interface for it, let's just use the console.
Okay.
He looked up online what is the code to launch a program into the console command? So he replaced what he did for the loops after we did the exercise, and he just said, "Oh hey, instead of doing what I'm supposed to do now that it's over, I'll just launch the program in the loop."
Oh God, that sounds like a recipe for disaster.
It was a recipe for disaster.
What happens?
Well, the first time it wasn't that bad because we tried the program outside of the loop, so it was okay, but you launch a program. The program has code in it. What's the code of the program? Launch the program. Okay, that new program has the code of launch the program. So, somehow we miraculously managed to close the programs faster than they would open. But then, as I said earlier, he had the brilliant idea of, well, what if we put it on a loop? And this time we were not fast enough. And of course, that means that the programs would open themselves faster and faster, exponentially faster.
Uh-oh. That's good to store a computer.
Mm-hmm.
So we were able to open the task manager to see the RAM go up faster and faster and faster. Then we tried closing the computer, but the computer was too busy opening up more and more programs, so we ended up having to close it with the power button to just force it out, to just force out the closing.
Right.
And the teacher was there when we did the loop thing, and he was just like, I don't mind you discovering things, but I'm not the one paying if the computer breaks.
Right. I mean, for perspective, that's a common virus from back in like the 95 era, was to do that.
Oh, yes it is. Yes it is.
Yeah, so he was like, I don't mind you guys experimenting, but if you break something, you're the one that's going to have to pay for the replacement parts.
Right. I believe it was called like a file bomb or something back then. I don't remember.
Okay. I was like, oh hey, I got the character that I wanted in Dokkan. Oh hey, there's a summon button, let's click it. And then as soon as I clicked it, I was like, why did I click it? I got the character I wanted.
Right? Click the buttons, make more people appear, even though it doesn't matter.
No. Tien's a decent unit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's my favorite programming story. Well, yeah, it's my favorite programming story because I don't agree with the terms and conditions of Google. What do I do is not really related to programming.
No, that's just related to you as a person.
Yeah, it's in my time at college. It's in that same program that I was, but it's not related to actually programming anything.
Right. You heard that story before, right, Fox?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, I figured you were there for that. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure.
I've told it so many times that I think Bugboy himself heard it like 10 times at this point.
Oh, I have. But I know that it's so entertaining that if someone hasn't heard it, they need to hear it. Because they're not going to believe it otherwise. And it's funny that to this day, we still have yet to find a person who knows what to do in that situation.
That is hilarious, yes.
I mean, what do I even say? Yeah.
I mean, we're on stream right now. Should I tell it to the stream?
I
mean,
believe,
I'm the only one
last
watching, I don't
time
know.
you told it, we were also on stream. Weren't we?
What?
I believe last time you told it, we were also on stream, weren't we?
Okay. I've told it so many times that I can't remember all the time that I've told it at this point.
Right. I mean, you could tell it if you wanted to. I was just gonna randomly start asking you things about Dokkan.
What did you want to ask me? Yeah.
um, what's the newest banner? What's the newest like big event going on? I'm curious.
Like 2 days ago, the new banners dropped where where the new banners are mostly cell related, but obviously, like a lot of banners, they have featured character from like previous ones that sometimes come up, which another reason why I was summoning on that banner, and if I didn't get the character that I really wanted, I could have gotten also Tech Kale and Caulifla, the one that fuse into Kefla mid battle.
Oh, cool.
I might. I accidentally pressed summon one extra time. I still have the stones to summon one extra time, and afterwards is the free summon. Fuck it.
Why not?
So yeah, the 4 new units is Cell Saga Goku, whose active skill is to exchange with Gohan. Because, you know, Cell game, Gohan, it's your turn.
Yep. I know about that one.
The opposite big unit, because there's always like, usually there's one big unit and there's one like side unit to the banner. The second banner, because they went with double banners, is Cell. Transforming Cell. First form, second form, third form.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, they're going hard with the active skills, with the passive skills. There's another unit now that says attack and defense plus 250.
Oh wow! So
Perfect
that's like
Cell.
the new metric.
Perfect Cell's first few words and his passive skill is attack and defense plus 250%.
Wow.
And then he gets more. I think when he does a super attack, he gets extra stuff. I think when he's facing only one enemy, and he's got a rage mode for a turn, kind of like who did I show this? I think Goku Black. I showed it to you where he had an active skill to rage and basically have the same properties as like a Great Ape for a turn.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Wasn't it the Rose one?
Yeah, Perfect Cell has that same active skill basically as Rose Goku Black.
Cool.
It's just that obviously because he has to transform a bit before, it'll probably take a bit longer to get to it. But I mean, Cell was but I mean Goku Black was an LR, so
right.
Let me see. Perfect Cell, attack and defense plus 250%, plus an additional attack and defense plus 50% when performing a super attack. Oh! He also has a 35% chance to crit and dodge.
That's pretty good. Unless you're fighting Legend Goku.
I mean, even the crit is nice.
I mean, yeah, even the crit is nice. Even if the dodge doesn't matter in certain events.
Yeah. Additional attack and defense plus 50% when facing only one enemy. So basically, if Perfect Cell transforms and you're only facing one enemy, he has attack and defense plus 300% effectively.
Yep. I'm surprised it doesn't have something for when you're specifically fighting Gohan.
I don't. Maybe the active skill activation. Let me check. And also, if his health is over half, he has a 50% chance to launch an additional super attack.
Interesting. It's quite large.
Nope, nothing related to Gohan specifically. Interesting. I assume then Goku Gohan don't have something like that. Attack and defense, more attack and defense, high chance of dodging within the same turn after performing a super attack for 5 turns from start of turn, and medium chance from the 6th turn. Okay. Plus an additional attack and defense plus 20% up to 59%. Haha, Goku Day. With each attack evaded. Okay.
Cool. Also, welcome back, Hunter.
And does Gohan have
it's not
anything
muted.
related to...
Oh, he's muted.
Indefinite.
Okay. Never mind. Apologies.
Yes, feel free to interrupt me. I'm not saying anything really important anyways.
Right. No, Hunter's currently deafened, so you cannot hear me anyway.
Okay.
I think he's eating.
Makes sense.
Oh wow. Yeah, I just remembered how good Gohan was. Attack and defense plus 180%. Smaller than Cell. We'll come back to it later. Plus an additional attack plus 58% within the same turn after receiving an attack. Raises defense by up to 100%. The more HP remaining, the greater the defense boost. So basically, at the start of the turn, you look at your HP, you take the percentage of your HP, and that's the defense boost for Gohan.
Nice.
Guards all attack for 3 turns from start of turn.
Huh.
What is with Gohan always getting guard?
Right? It's like, why is Gohan the one that's on guard?
I mean, it makes sense.
Does it? I don't know.
That's when you consider his upbringing.
Oh, well, actually, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Gohan did have a very tense upbringing that relied on him, not dying.
He also,
Yes.
if you go by the Team 4-star reference, he literally was told to dodge.
Oh, well, yeah, but dodge and guard are not the same thing.
Yeah.
Also,
I prefer
yeah,
guard to dodge,
that is
it's
a good
more
point,
consistent.
though. Gohan has never seen dodging out of the way of things. He's always seen just tanking them.
Mhm.
At least as far as I know.
Plus an additional defense plus 58% starting from the turn in which guard is activated for the 2nd time in battle. Oh, that's permanent.
Oh,
Plus an additional attack and defense plus 58% starting from the turn in which guard is activated for the 4th time in battle. Guards all attack starting from the turn in which guard is activated for the 6th time in battle. So yeah, if the enemy just has a lot of normal attacks, you just switch to Gohan and trigger guard for the rest of battle, while making its total stat attack plus 238, defense plus 296, plus your whatever percentage of your health is remaining.
that is
So
crazy.
Oh, sorry.
I said that is crazy.
So Super Saiyan 1 Gohan is a bit far from the attack stat of Perfect Cell, but if you manage to trigger the guards, he will be like 3 times more defensive than Cell.
Yeah. Which again is crazy.
Oh, I forgot the last line of text.
Oh.
Great chance of evading enemies' Ki Blast super attack and countering with ferocious power.
Wait. So dumb.
So remember how sometimes when I had a Super Saiyan 4, they would just counter the opposing super attack?
Right.
replace the chances I would get those to trigger with the chances they didn't trigger, and you've got Gohan's chance.
I see.
Great chances of 70%. Although it's only against Ki Blast. I'm gonna go check what type of super attack the new cell unit is.
A Poly Key Blast Super, if I had to guess.
Oh, it's untyped. Interesting. Oh, because it combines both melee attack and Ki Blast. Makes sense.
Intriguing.
Ooh, leader skill. What are they? Android Cell Saga or Power Absorption. Man, would have been nice a couple of days ago.
Alright.
Key plus 3 and all stats plus 170. Plus an additional HP, attack, and defense plus 30 for characters who also belong in the androids category. Oh man. The first non-milestone, the first non-basically special day 200% leaders. Ooh.
Nice.
Meanwhile, World Tournament is still stuck on a 120% leader, and I'm like, can we fix that before going to the 200%?
Right? It's like, come on now. Just release a new busted version of Hercule. Come on, we all want it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Hercule, I believe, was the second ever LR to receive an Extreme Z Awakening.
Right.
The first one being the anniversary thing, because they were like, oh hey, we're introducing a new mechanic on the anniversary, like they often do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
On the 5th anniversary was, hey, LRs can receive EZAs from now on. And on the 6th anniversary, it was a revive mechanic.
Ow.
Finally, I have finished the Tarrasque. Thank goodness, I have finished
How
it.
is the passive perception so low?
For what, the Tarrasque?
For the Tarrasque.
Yeah, it's not very smart. That's one of its biggest weaknesses. It's not very smart. It has intelligence less than 10. And its wisdom is only 1.
As we said, it's just a big monster, a big, very powerful monster, just on survival mode.
Yeah, it's just a big creature out to eat things because it survives, you know? It's not evil, it's not good, it's neutral. It's just going on instincts, and that's all it does. It cannot be reasoned with. It does not know a language. It does not bother to.
Which is always weird when the most scary thing in a game is just someone going on a normal date. It's just a big wall of power, basically.
Right, that's basically what the Tarrasque is. Just a big wall of power. And
Oh god, is it the only thing to be known as a Titan?
what, the true Tarrasque?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the only thing known as Titan.
Oh god, now I'm thinking of Attack on Titan, and this actually is a threat like that.
Yeah, it's about the size of the Titans from Attack on Titan. In height.
It's that
Sorry,
much
it's
of
a lot
threat?
wider and longer than that, but in height, it's about the size. Because
Oh, hey, it's one of the-
for reference, Surtur, just so you know, it takes up a 30-foot by 30-foot by 30-foot cube.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
So
no.
these effects won't work on him, even if they would bypass his resistances and his skills. Because
Yeah.
most cube effects stop at 20 feet, because that's the regular size of a creature.
Right.
This is no regular size.
And normally in 5e, I think.
What was that? I couldn't hear both of you. What was that, Cadmus?
This is no regular size.
No. It's bigger than any size in 5e. It's 6 by 6.
You have to actively use your strongest magic and everything in order to actually put a dent into this where it can't heal.
Yeah, that's the thing. To put a dent in it, Not even to kill it, to put it, because it's literally impossible to kill. The only way to get rid of it is lower it to 0 hit points and then use a wish spell to make it go away.
Oh, you can't fully kill it, can you?
No, it's literally impossible to kill. You have to wish it away. Or wish it back to sleep. One of the two. Wishing it back to sleep is a better bet because it has plane chips, so it can just come back from another dimension if you try to BFR it. If you don't know what BFR means, that means battlefield remove.
So I guess.
How old is this thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, now I see Corsair had something to do with this.
I didn't know the age, but because there's all this lore of, oh hey, literal gods are going to send avatars at you, and there's only one of them, and it can't be killed. I just figured the answer would be close to how old is he? Yes.
Right. There is various theories as to why it came about and when it was originally made, but there is no confirmed reports on what its actual origin is. The singular, and I'll read you the legend of the Dread Lizard if you'd like me to.
Wait, so it's not a dinosaur, because I heard people describe it as a dinosaur.
It's a lot scarier than any dinosaur. It is a singularly unique creature unto itself. It does not belong to any pre-existing species. And cannot have kids.
Thank God.
Thank God, yes.
You know what? Last thing I need is its kids.
Yep. The legend of the Dread Lizard. The singular entity of dread found in a myriad of folklore about the land. Stories of legendary heroes, myths, and creation. Religious iconography and bedtime stories meant to scare children into submission. The Tarrasque is possibly the most powerful and feared creature in existence that can bring even demigods to their knees. The origins of the Tarrasque are heavily debated throughout time and a source of spectacular theory among scholars, sages, and kings alike. Some theorize that the Tarrasque was a sentient weapon, forged by the hands of the Primordials in the Dawn War to be released against the Order of the Gods. Some speculate that it's a foreign entity, an alien to this plane, brought here via magical transport by a cabal of insane wizards. Others still believe the Tarrasque to be one of thousands of its kind, a race of colossal beasts that thrive in a system far from civilized worlds. And some even believe there is only one true Tarrasque, and that is unknowingly traverses worlds in an endless cycle of destruction, summoned by unknown means. Regardless of its true origins, it shows itself in the apocalyptic stories of countless worlds, and leaves only devastation in its wake. So that is the legend of the Dread Lizard.
I like it.
Yeah.
Bane of lords, feared amongst the powers, the Tarrasque is said to be so powerful that upon its waking, the world it inhabits feels an intoxicating sense of dread permeate the entirety of its inhabitants.
Yeah.
They all feel the weight of the annihilation at hand.
Right. The world knows that it's going to die.
It is said that upon the Tarrasque's awakening, the gods themselves are racked with visions of the destruction it will bring upon the world, and that even the greatest deities will sigh at its presence.
Like, oh god, that thing.
I don't blame them.
Right? Unhinged destruction. Do you want to keep reading, Sutter, or are you done?
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
The voracious appetite of the Tarrasque, coupled with its unbridled fury and hatred for all living creatures, hi SCP-682,
Yep.
will bring it to destroy and consume whole cities, kingdoms, and countries before being satisfied back into a deep slumber beneath the earth. There are some legends that tell of times when the powers that be mandate the complete apocalypse of the world. They will awaken the Tarrasque with an insatiable hunger and bloodlust that will keep it awake for as long as the inhabitants of the world remain, ensuring its absolute destruction. Now I'm curious to see if the Tarrasque makes an appearance when I go through all the years.
Right. I'm sure it probably does somewhere in multiple worlds.
I mean, it had to. The Tarrasque blood that was used to create one of the material components for the only 12th level spell had to appear at some point.
Right.
So it's not blood, it's a pituitary gland.
Pituitary glands, yes. Tarrasque blood is a material, though. And it lists all the materials down here, but we'll get to those in a second.
The summoning. Throughout time immemorial, the Tarrasque has been awoken in a multitude of ways. Sometimes it will awaken on its own accord, being conscious for only for a few days at a time near its origin, but on the very rare and very unfortunate times it awakens for a purpose. It has been known to stay awake for weeks, months, and very rarely even years at a time. Some high mage of prestige have attempted to summon the Tarrasque via magical ritual in times past, either to subdue it or experiment on it. One such occasion was when the Archmage Karsus sent a detachment of adventure to subdue the Tarrasque and cut out its pituitary gland for its magnum opus, Karsus's avatar, which would later lead to the fall of the death of the goddess Misra and banning of high magic and the subsequent death of Karsus himself.
Yep.
I didn't know it killed him.
Yeah, it killed him. It not only killed him, it turned him into an outer god. It basically turned him into a Lovecraftian creature.
Was that why there's like things about him in those spells?
Yeah, that's why he's officially a warlock patron that you can pick.
Is it bad that I may want to at one point?
Is it bad that there may already be someone in the campaign who is?
I was gonna say Jaden, but no.
Anyway, I think it would be best if Surtur just continued.
Those who summon the Tarrasque will undoubtedly meet their demise if not properly prepared for its wrath. I don't know how they handle the Tarrasque, but in my mind, they used an 11th level spell to put it out for more than 1 or 2 turns.
Right, exactly. It's like, just summon a volcano underneath the Tarrasque. That might help.
Even then, it's probably gonna be resistant.
Yeah, and oh, sorry, I forgot. Summon volcano is only a 10th level spell.
Yeah, not just that. Volcanoes are I think it's actually immune to the fire of the volcano.
Yeah, but it's not just fire, it's also bludgeoning damage. Do you remember that?
Which it's immune to. Oh wait, from non-magical attacks.
Yeah, and this is magic, so anyway. Yeah, so you could meteor swarm this thing, potentially. Just go Madara and drop meteors on it.
I was gonna go more that person from not ReZero and Explosion.
I'm looking forward to know what the hell was going on for Karsus to feel he needed the first 12th level spell.
Right. The first and only 12th level spell that mantled all of magic in the process.
Yeah.
Wait, so that's what happened because it failed. I'm worried about what happened if it succeeded.
Well, it's debatable to this day if it actually failed or not. It's debated hotly about because people don't even really know what the original purpose was. For all we know, it could have succeeded. But anyway.
Yeah. He wanted to become a god, and then it ended up failing and him taking on all the powers of a god, which was the goddess of magic, because I think she died from that.
Yep, she died from that. And then
which, technically, I guess if you take all the powers of a god, you do become a god, so I guess in some sense it worked.
Right. But once that happened, he also gained all the knowledge, so he immediately realized how much he fucking screwed up. Sorry for cursing.
Which makes me wonder how much of a difference is there from one level to the next, because I mean, I would assume it's not that far, but then I would assume that there were people that were using 10th and 11th level spells before, which I feel would have some effect on the goddess if the spell slot right above killed her.
Actually, no. The Nezarene Empire were the ones who invented 10th and 11th level spells. They were the most advanced magical society the Forgotten Realms had ever seen, and still has ever seen.
Because good luck trying to get to that level again.
Yeah, they were so advanced that people were born into the kingdom knowing spells. They were born knowing first level spells and cantrips. That's how advanced their magical knowledge was.
You teach someone how to use chill touch in the same way we teach someone how to use a fork.
Right? Exactly. It's like teach someone how to use Mage Hand the same way we teach grade schoolers mathematics.
Mm.
Anyway.
Mm.
If you'd like to continue, you can.
Yeah, I really wonder how much toll would the previous level spells take on her, because I don't expect there to be like a times 100 scale per each spell slot.
I will say, by the way, it gets the low levels is little difference, but the more you get up, the more exponential it gets.
Which makes it weird that when you upscale a spell, it normally scales linearly. Like it only gives the same amount from spell slot 2 to spell slot 3 than for spell slot 8 to spell slot 9.
Yeah, but that's because of game mechanics, not because of lore. In lore, it would scale much higher than that.
Hell, even catapult, I feel it's weird that casting two catapults deals more damage than casting a third level catapult.
Right. Or fourth level.
Which in lore I don't think it would make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. Arguably. But that's game mechanics and game balance.
Yeah. Some legends tell of an artifact in the shape of a carved ivory bone that has the capability of summoning the Tarrasque from its slumber. Even if it's never been seen on the world before, one can only hope that it is a mere legend. And woe to the fool who plays it. I love that it says that, and the first time I saw the True Tarrasque sheet, right below there's like, flute of...
Right. There is details to the flute of something Tarrasque, but I left it out of this purposefully.
Mm-hmm. The Tarrasque is the most terrible creature known to inhabit the prime material plane. The beast is a full 50 feet tall and 70 feet long quadruped with a long tail, reflective carapace, and 2 large horns on its head. So even with the changes you made, it's not even the correct.
Oh wait,
scale.
It's supposed to be bigger. Hold on, let me fix that.
The beast is a full 50 feet tall and 70 feet long quadruped with a long tail.
Okay, so let me drag this big old junker back. So it's supposed to be 70 feet long, right? Sorry.
Yeah. So I guess 30 by 70.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. And how wide?
It doesn't say.
I'm going to go with 50 feet. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Okay, this is its actual size, evidently. Dear God, that's even bigger than I thought it was. I don't think... Okay, you know the reason why I made it a 6x6?
No.
Because it's a colossal-sized creature, and colossal-sized creatures in D&D are officially 30 by 30.
Mm-hmm.
So game balance wise, it's not that, even though lore wise it would be that big. Game balance wise, it's supposed to be this big. But yeah. Anyway, continue.
Reflective carapace and 2 large horns on its head, and weighs roughly 130 tons. Supposedly, there is only one Tarrasque which lumbers within the world's core. No one can predict when it will next awake. The Tarrasque is irreversibly tied to the prime material by its very nature. As a result, the most one could hope to do is to put the creature to sleep within the core, holding it off for a while longer. However, ancient texts seem to indicate that there might be a way to finally and ultimately deal with the creature, if one could somehow deceive it, luring it into another plane and sealing it there. But even this is only a temporary fix.
Right. Because it has the ability to plane shift.
Although the Tarrasque is indisputably a force of pure destruction, it is not truly evil or even chaotic by nature, lacking the consciousness necessary for it to take a moral stance. As a result, it is merely driven by pure, albeit rageful instinct.
Right. It doesn't have the capability for morals. It does not have the higher brain functions required for that.
Treasures beyond compare. If one were to permanently kill a Tarrasque, which in itself is thought to be impossible, or more likely subdue the creature while alive, the riches attained from the body are priceless beyond all known capacity. Due to the Tarrasque's nature, its stomach acid is considered to be the most corrosive acid in existence, being both magically and alchemically potent. It dissolves any non-artifact material within only a few seconds.
Yeah. So
What's
unless you're an artifact item, you are dissolved within seconds. Oh, hey, that Holy Avenger that you have, dissolved.
What's artifact?
Artifact is the highest rarity of magic item.
Oh, I didn't know there was higher than legendary. Oops.
Yeah, artifacts
There's
are
also
specifically magic items where in more there's only one of it.
There's
That's
also
what
question mark.
That's just, those are those are magic items that don't have a classification because Matt Mercer didn't give them one.
A lot of them are from Critical Role.
Yeah, that's why I said Matt Mercer. Because Matt Mercer is the one who made Critical Role.
I keep on forgetting, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
This being said, any legendary adventure that found itself eaten by the Tarrasque would have their artifacts harmlessly stored inside its body. I love how casual that sentence is, like, oh yeah, the artifacts would be fine. Because it's so obvious that the adventurer wouldn't unless one of the artifacts would, like, make him immune to acid or something.
Right, and there's already an entry in the thing that says that the Tarrasque ignores all damage resistance and immunities. So that even wouldn't work.
So basically, I wish there was something like except for artifacts or something like that, except if given by an artifact or something like that for it to make sense. Because I feel that if I am fully covered in an artifact tier armor, I would not be dissolved. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could see what you mean. But yeah, no, that's not how that works. Sadly.
Mm-hmm. This being said, okay, no, I said it. Aside from the potential artifacts to be found in it, the organs and body parts alone fetch prices that could buy whole kingdom, such as the Tarrasque's heart, which bestows massive regenerative capabilities. I assume the true Tarrasque has regeneration?
Yes, it regenerates 60 HP at the start of every turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pituitary gland, the likes of which was used to cast Karsus's 12th level spell.
It was the sole material component, I want to point out. It was the only material component in that, as far as I understand. I might be wrong, but I believe that it was the only material component.
And when I was reading on it earlier, they did mention that they had to, like, that one of the material components had to be like coated in Tarask blood and the bile of like a 12-headed a Hydra or something like that.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't just the Tarask, but still, it was a lot.
Like the other material component that I was aware of had to be dipped in 3 different things to make it suitable. One of which came from the Tarask, and then you've got the gland, which in itself is the suitable component.
Right.
Bone, claws, and horn, which are said to be able to be fashioned into the deadliest weapon that bypass even the strongest defense. I mean, yeah, if the Tarask can claw you through your immunity to those types of damage, and if you manage to somehow take the claw away and make a weapon out of it, good luck with that, first of all. And
Right.
if you do, yeah.
I would allow, if the party somehow did this and then did that, I would allow them to have a weapon that would effectively have that same feature. You know, because honestly, they've earned it at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like so
What was that, Fox?
What?
It's as I was told, creativity deserves to be rewarded.
Yes, creativity deserves to be rewarded. Anyway, continue.
Reflective Carapace, which provides the strongest mortal defense to magic.
Okay, so to explain the reflective carapace, it provides him with 2 different things. Number 1, it gives him limited magic immunity, which means he's immune to spells of 7th level or lower, and he has advantage on saving throws against spells that do affect him. Or, sorry, it doesn't say immunity to level 7 level or lower. It says that 7th level or lower spells only affect him if he chooses them to.
Which odds are you gonna say no?
And the second ability is that if you're hit with either a magic missile or a line spell or a cone spell like Cone of Cold, you roll a d12. On a 1 through 10, it does nothing. On a 11 through 12, it does nothing. It gets reflected back at the caster.
Oh, thank you for answering what I was about to say. Like, what happens with spells like Magic Missile, since that can't be like.
Yep. Magic Missile is not only he's not only immune to it, it also gets reflected back.
He's immune to it even if you upcast it to like 8th level. I don't know why you would do that, but it's a possibility that people can do.
Yep. Because if we look right, where is it? The limited magic media I was talking about before. Reflective Carapace. Anytime the Tarask is targeted by a magic missile spell, a line spell, or a spell that requires a ranged attack roll a d12. On a 1 through 10, the Tarask is unaffected. On an 11 or 12, the Tarask is unaffected, and the effect is reflected back at the caster as though it originated from the Tarask, turning the caster into the target. So, if you try to Eldritch Blast this thing, or if you try to 9th level magic missile him, it will either do nothing or hit you instead, and do nothing.
So, you're either dead on the spot, or you're thankful that it didn't hit you.
Right.
Oh wow, I love the amount of things that are written there. 5 legendary resistances. I think I never saw anything more than 3 before.
Yep, this is the only creature with 5 of them.
I also saw Fearful Presence. I don't know what it does, but just by the name alone, I can say that it probably makes sense.
Do you want to read all this stuff?
I probably did a couple months ago when you first mentioned it to me.
Yeah. By the way, I will mention, its reflective carapace is only on the top and outside of its body. If you get underneath it and can attack its belly, it doesn't have that. And it no longer has a limited magic immunity as well if you attack it from the underbelly.
But then you also have to risk other effects that can hit you.
Yeah, if you get underneath it, it's also going to get a stomp attack on you immediately. And at the start of each of your turns, you're going to have to experience a stomp attack. So, it's weaker underneath there, but, if you want to do your 9th level magic missile, do it from underneath the Tarask. But it's getting underneath there, it's a good luck.
And the Tarrasque probably has a special action that it can take for against creatures that are underneath him.
Yep. Because it says a creature can only be a creature that enters or ends its turn in the Tarrasque space is immediately subjected to the Tarrasque trample. A creature can only be affected by it once per turn. And if you look down at trample, it says whenever the Tarrasque enters an enemy space for the first time on a turn, the enemy must succeed on a DC 25 Dexterity saving throw or take 66 plus 10 bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone.
Can it jump without taking damage from the jump?
Yes. Because if you remember, one of my rules is that if you jump, your jump distance does not inflict fall damage.
Oh.
Granted, it's your jump distance. So if you fall from a height greater than your jump distance, you're going to take damage equal to 10 feet for every part past it. Does that make sense? So you can't jump from the top of a building and be fine, is what I'm saying. But if you,
Oh, wow.
It has a 120-foot range jump.
Ooh, what's that frenzied attack? That name sounds familiar. I remember thinking, ooh, that sounds broken. When the Tarrasque is dealt damage, that reduces it to half its hit point maximum or lower. It makes one bite, claw, or swallow attack against a creature within its reach, automatically scoring a critical hit.
Yep, and
once the Tarrasque uses this reaction, it can't use it against until it reaches its hit point maximum.
Right, exactly. And then it also has metabolic overdrive.
I keep on forgetting about that.
The Tarrasque enters a state of adrenaline-induced rage. Until the end of its next turn, its speed triples to 180 feet, all damage it deals is maximized, and it regenerates 180 hit points, and its eyes glow with an inner red fire. All creatures who are immune to the frightful presence are once again vulnerable to it.
Oh, you can't even be immune to that!
Also, frightful presence.
Each creature of the Tarrasque choice within 120 feet of it and aware of it must succeed on a DC 25 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened for 1 minute. A creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turn, with disadvantage if the Tarrasque is within line of sight, ending the effect on itself on its success. If a creature's saving throw is successful or the effect ends for it, the creature is immune to the frightful presence for the next 24 hours, or more likely until it uses metabolic overdrive.
Right, which has a recharge 6, which means that at the start of each of its turns, it rolls a d6, and if it rolls a 6, it's going to recharge it. So, yeah.
You just can't win unless you are sure in your power.
You need an entire army, and even then, that might not help.
Yeah, I can see why this is TPK material.
Yeah, no, this is like the super end game sort of ultimate monster material thing, to where like even like super end game parties can't do it. Because I had a party of level 40 player characters get wiped fighting this thing in like 4 rounds of combat.
This is the Omega weapon of D&D.
Right. As the comparison you made earlier is apt. This is SCP-682 in D&D. This is literally that.
Yeah, because there doesn't seem to be a way to just permanently yeet it away.
Yeah, and then there's Annihilation Breath.
Oh, great, it has the dragon-like thing.
Yeah, exhales pure energy in a 180-foot cone. Each creature in that area must take a DC 25 Constitution saving throw, or take 32 D6 force damage on a failed save, half as much on a successful one. If this damage reduces the target to 0 hit points, it is disintegrated. A disintegrated creature is reduced to a pile of fine-grade dust. The creature can be restored to life only by the means of True Resurrection, Wish, or a similar spell. The Tarrasque Annihilation Breath automatically disintegrates non-magical objects or creations of magical force. Meaning it will automatically disintegrate Wall of Force. Yeah, this thing can kill you so dead it's hard to bring you back.
Oh. What's that? You're using a magical bow and arrows? Are your arrows magical?
Okay, so the Tarrasque is going to ready in action to use Annihilation Breath to...
No, he just shoots at him straight up. Oh, you have arrows on you. Your arrows aren't magical, right?
Right? If they're not magical, well, guess what? I'm immune to the damage then. Because he's immune
First
to
of all, second
non-magical...
of all, now you're out of arrows as well.
Right? That is Earthcake Swamp. Remember how before, he has a stomp attack? Here's the super stomp attack. Because of course he has one of those. Each creature on the ground within 120 feet of the Tarrasque must succeed a DC 25 strength saving throw. If a target is within 60 feet of it, it has disadvantage on the saving throw. On a failed save, they take 8d10 plus 15 bludgeoning damage and are pushed up to 30 feet and knocked prone. Or half as much on a successful save and not being knocked prone. For 3 rounds, the 120-foot area is now difficult terrain as cracks and fissures rip their way through the area. Oh yeah.
Legendary magical damage. All damage dealt by the Tarrasque count as +3 magical adamantine damage.
The adamantine part only matters for certain specific creatures.
Oh god!
Sorry.
The Tarrasque regains 60 hit points at the start of its turn if it has at least 1 hit point remaining. Any limbs lost by the Tarrasque regrow within 1d4 minutes.
Yeah, so even ripping off its arm won't stop it permanently.
No restorative existence. No form of attack can suppress the Tarrasque regeneration. It regenerates even if disintegrated or slain by a death effect. If a Tarrasque fails a save against an effect that would kill it instantly, it rises from death 3 turns later with 1 hit point if no further damage is inflicted upon its remain. It can be banished.
Cast Wish.
It can be banished, wished, or otherwise transported as a means to save a region, but the method to truly kill it has yet to be discovered. So basically, if you don't have a wish spell, somebody has to constantly deal damage to it to not die, to not come back.
Right, and it has the innate spellcasting feature, which means the Tarrasque's innate spellcasting ability is Charisma. It can cast Plane Shift, targeting itself at will. So, if it's pissed off at you specifically and you wish it away, it might just come back on the next turn. You better hope that it's not targeting you specifically and it's just rampaging to rampage. Because if it's just rampaging to rampage, it'll just rampage wherever it was that you sent him to.
So, yeah, what the fuck do you do if the Tarrasque is mad at you specifically?
Right. What you do is knock it to 0 hit points and then use a wish spell to make it go back to sleep.
Oh, to sleep, yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's the only way, and that is, I believe, where is that covered? Eternal Slumber. Here we go. When the Tarrasque is reduced to 0 hit points and has a wish spell or similar spell cast upon it successfully, it sinks back into the earth and slumbers for an indeterminate amount of time before rising once more. Here's the win condition written into the character. Of course, you want to know what the catch is.
What?
The players have to figure out they need to do that.
Yeah.
Because, sure, outside of character, we know this. In character, how are you supposed to know that?
Yeah.
This is D&D. Everything is killable. Except this. This is not. Also,
Elder of Annihilation. The Tarrasque ignores all other creatures' damage, resistance, and immunities.
What do you think, Fox? I also like how the Tarrasque basically commanded everyone's attention, and we've just been talking about him for a while.
Oh, if you want to, I said basically the only thing you could do against this is pray,
Yeah,
and even that won't work.
yeah. You can
Oh,
pray, but the god will just say, "Dude, you're out of luck."
Dude, I'm not getting involved with that.
Right. I'm gonna be honest. You're fucked.
You know what? I want the moment of
swear to
genius
God.
like that just to have Sylvester say that.
Yeah, I swear to God, if
I'm not
if
going
we
to fuck
ever,
with that.
if for some reason we ever encounter Tarrasque, I want that interaction with Silvestro to happen. Silvestro, what do we do now? Die?
Wait,
Sylvester just goes,
Oh.
I'm not gonna fuck with that.
you're on your own, Jaden. Just fucking cut the line. It's like, what do you mean I'm on my own?
Oh, I didn't notice until now. Good luck avoiding getting hit by a Tarrasque,
Look,
because I just noticed it had a plus 25 to hit.
Yeah. It's a plus 25 to hit as Earthbind Aura, so you can't even fly past it.
Creatures with a fly speed within 1 mile of the Tarrasque have their fly speed reduced to 0.
God damn it.
If a creature is in mid-air when it becomes affected by the Earthbind Aura, it falls at a rate of 60 feet per round until it reaches the ground. For reference, by the way, that's the same as feather falling, so he's not making you take fall damage. But
Tarrasque arrives, everyone feels dread, and also it's raining birds now.
yes, it's now raining
It's
birds.
raining hootery.
Oh god! Ah! So you guys made the joke earlier of the entire party can fly at a certain point. Yeah, here's the Trash says hi. He says he can't fly anymore. It's a no-fly zone.
When I said everybody, you know that I meant everybody because I looked up a feature of something and it meant everybody.
Yep. Also read Alacritive Instinct.
Alacritive. Oh, I'll wait for the stream to catch up a bit so that I can read it. Alacritive Instinct. The Tarrasque always goes first in initiative order. It can't be surprised that other creatures do not gain advantage on an attack roll against it as a result of being hidden from it. Okay, at least it's as a result of being hidden from it, because if it... Oof, rogue.
Right. But no, yeah, it just always goes first.
Oh, give me a sec, I forgot. I moved my laptop, and I've been talking, and we've been seeing the Tarrasque for so long that my computer just informed me, hey, you're about to run out.
It's like everyone else rolls for, take your time, Senator. It's like everyone else rolls for initiative, and Tarrasque just says, I'm first. For reference, by the way, this is an ability that most gods have, where they just always go
Sure,
first.
it's not God.
He's not a god.
But demigods are getting their shit beaten out of them by it.
Right. Demigods get their shit kicked in by this thing, and you could tell why. This is why I'm like, I don't know if Silvestro could 1v1 this thing. And keep in mind, Silvestro is a level 80 Great Worm. And even then, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if they can fight each other. Because it's like, oh hey, true polymorph, turn them into a chair, then use power word kill on them. Okay, it comes back in 3 rounds. Now what?
And so, and I don't.
Best
And
for true polymorph is do not touch it.
Right. What were you saying, Surtur?
to be fair, wouldn't would the other guy even know to attack him after to continue to attack him after it died as a chair?
The Tarrasque would probably remember that Silvestro did that to him. I would say.
Yeah, but would Silvestro even know to continue to attack the dead body so it doesn't come back?
That depends entirely on how much knowledge Silvestro has about the Tarrasque, aka how much prep time he has.
Mm-hmm.
If he has prep time, yes. If he doesn't, then no.
So he just burned 2 spells, and then it comes back, and it's like, oh.
Oh god, now that has me think of that meme. Batman with prep time against the Tarrasque.
Batman Batman could do it.
Somehow.
Listen, if he had prep time enough to fight literal gods, he could do it.
I mean, yeah, there's some crazy feats. Yeah.
This again goes off the joke of, hey, there's this person built up like Batman.
Yeah. Also, by the way, it can swallow people. We haven't even talked about that.
Because I was kind of worried about looking at.
Augmented criticals. Oh, I saw one that was like, ooh, how much? Oh, swallow.
Yep. Augmented criticals means that, actually, let me go ahead and scroll up. Where is that?
It's at the top.
Yeah. The Tarrasque attacks score a critical hit on an 18 to 20, and on a crit, they deal 3 times damage instead of 2 times.
Oh, so that makes the free attack at half health even better.
Yeah, because it's dealing 3 times damage now. Also, if you use a claw attack, the claw attack automatically counts as wait, not claw. The bite. If you use a bite attack, the bite attack automatically counts as a sword of sharpness and lops off your limbs when it.
What the hell is a sword of sharpness?
A sword of sharpness is a sword that when it crits a target, it lops off one of their limbs.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. You could think of like the Vorpal sword as like an advanced version of the sword of sharpness.
Oh god.
And when it's crit, it means that pretty much one attack out of every 7 will be a crit.
Right. Also, I just realized, why did you put 2 Tarrasques there?
What? Welcome to what I asked before. Like, why is there 2?
I didn't see 2 of them.
This should not exist.
There is not 2. The space-time continuum is collapsing on itself.
What is just casually by the cave?
Just by 2 of them existing in one place.
No, what is just casually by the cave right here?
Oh, whoops. Well, it'd be funny if we just casually left that until session 4. It's like, wait, why is that there? Don't worry about it, just deletes it.
Planning something for later.
I just realized.
Primordial recovery. The Tarrasque regains 60 hit points and 1 use of its legendary resistances. Ooh.
Yep. I forgot this is supposed to be under reactions, not under actions. My bad. I am actually having to move it, which is what I was doing.
Neat.
Anyway, if you want to read Swallow, here you go.
The Tarrasque makes 1 bite attack against a larger, middle, or smaller creature it is grappling. If the attack hits, the target takes the bite damage. Target is swallowed and the grapple ends. While swallowed, the creature is blinded and restrained. It has total cover against attacks and other effects outside of the Tarrasque. And it takes 16d6 acid damage at the start of each of the Tarrasque's turn. If the Tarrasque takes 60 or more on a single turn from a creature inside it, the Tarrasque must succeed on a DC 25 con save. At the end of that turn, or regurgitate all swallowed creature which fall prone in a space within 10 feet of the Tarrasque. If the Tarrasque die, a swallowed creature is no longer restrained by it and can escape from the corpse by using 30 feet of movement, exiting prone. Yeah.
Apologies, all my stuff messed up. I need to fix this.
Yeah, literally, I think the only way to quote-unquote cheese the fight would be to true polymorph and retain concentration on its duration.
Do polymorph and run.
Here's the thing, it has legendary resistances, meaning that you'd have to do that, you'd have to burn those 5 and then do the true polymorph trick.
Yeah, assuming that he doesn't even use the legendary action to regain 1.
Right. Which he very well could, and he could do that every turn.
So yeah, although I feel that whoever was close enough to witness what the fuck was going on, no one is going to want that person to have something happen to them so that they drop concentration.
Yeah. Also,
I
welcome
don't
back.
care what was happening before. We could be fighting what was supposed to be the end boss in the and the true Tarask shows up. I think even the bad guy will be like, no, I'm not attacking him while he's concentrating on the true polymorphing the Tarask.
Right. The true, let's get real. The true bad guy is probably just feel like, well, I'm out here, and just leaves you guys to deal with it.
Yeah.
Like, fuck this shit about.
What the villain should do then is enact his plans as this is happening. It's like, keep an eye on it, keep an eye on it, keep an eye. Why is it moving over here, guys? Why is it moving over here? Someone take care of it. No, those guys will take care of it. Right?
Here's the problem. How do you take care of this thing? Because it can't be killed permanently. Okay.
When the true polymorph spell ends and they retain the form of that, and they retain that thing, when they die, do they return to their original form?
Yeah. When the true polymorph spell ends, they return to their original form.
I can just imagine the weirdest freaking scenario where someone turned him into a chair or something, and someday someone does, and someday, centuries or even millennia into the future, someone accidentally breaks the chair.
Yeah. And then the Tarask is back. Oh, God. Now I'm imagining someone turning it into a chair and then, like, puts it in their house. And then when someone tries to intimidate him, he just stands up and pulls out his weapon, aims at the chair, and says, "The chair gets it if you don't listen to me." And then explains what the chair is.
It was like, I'm threatening you, pulls out weapon. Don't you dare point it at me. I'm not pointing at you, I'm pointing at my chair. Why the chair?
Yeah.
You really want to know?
Chair is really a Tarask. The chair is a what? Yeah.
Honestly, the true polymorph solution is probably a more permanent thing if you can hide the object afterwards.
Right. It is the most permanent way to do it, and even then, there are ways around it, potentially. Depending. Even then, that's like the only way to like, and that doesn't even kill it. That just kind of keeps it somewhere for a while.
Yeah, it's just a potentially more reliable wish spell to put it to sleep.
Yep. Also, I do have. It's also, answer me this question, Serter. If you turn something into a chair permanently through true polymorph, what happens when the caster dies?
Oh. But it's permanent. It's a permanent thing. They don't need to concentrate on it any longer.
Right. But I know for some things it's like, oh, it's permanent until the caster dies. It doesn't say that in true polymorph. So it's like, should that apply? Should it not? I don't know.
Get more snacks.
Yes. Also, welcome back, Henry. I don't know if I said that already.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that was a fun little read. That's what the end game of D&D looks like.
That is a very, very, very bad end game.
A homebrew end game.
Fair, but that's like, it's homebrew, but I allow it mainly because it's a lot more like what the Tarask used to be back in 3.5.
I got my snacks. I'm happy now.
Cool. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming 6 hours and 22 minutes. I need to stop the stream.
Think.
Yep.
You think?
Thank everyone YouTube. Thank you all for watching. If indeed you still are.
Bye.
And I'll see you next time.
Mhm.
Bye.